Good numbing. Hello, YouTube, and welcome to Session 5 of the Caligula effect, this quirky, discount persona that I'm really enjoying. That's not persona, because, Jesus Christ, I think that would be such a long livestream playthrough. I've been really enjoying this game so far. It's got its ups and downs. The last dungeon we did, the library dungeon, I thought was kind of weak, but everything else has been pretty enjoyable and pretty strong, and we dealt with Shonen Doll, and we're about to go now on the baddie side, or the musician side, to head out and cause some mischief. As always, do remember to like and subscribe. It genuinely always goes a super long way in helping this channel grow and get my name out there more. Additionally, in the description of every single video is my Twitter and Patreon links if you feel so inclined. But let's not mess around, let's dive straight in, because it was a late start anyway. I wonder if it's just going to play this music. You're right, one man. Alright, we're here. Ah! Oh, right, I was like, okay, what voice did I give this man? Oh, yeah, right. I gave him the Monokuma voice. Oh no, I do it at the start and end, one man, don't worry. Ah, it smells like freshly bathed women. What? Stalk? We've only just entered. The stream started 2 minutes ago. Can we stop for 1 minute? I'm not a pervert. Jeez, hurry up and get your shit together. Lucid, whose song would you like to play today? Oh, that's cool. Hey, whose song do you want to hear whilst you're here? Sweet Pea's shit song, Stork's creepiest hell song, Shonen Doll's rock song that was actually... It was an alright song, but it just did not fit the library. Yeah. You know what, let's go to the last song. Alright, got it. Here's today's song, check it out. The Naruko-senpai, they're here! Yeah, it was a bit of a rhetorical question. I think I was always going to pick my song. Huh? Naruko-senpai? Because once again, we're going to show up, beat up some of our teammates, and then later on be like, President, where the hell were you? We were fighting that mysterious musician, Lucid, you were nowhere to be seen. And no one will ever, connect the dots. No one will ever, guess that we're... Superman. Is that literally that fucking Bruce Wayne and Batman the same place sort of shit? The go home clear kids aren't coming out. Maybe they're in the women's bath. I told you to shut up. It drove his bit of extra second light. The only one that's cheeky is the location check. There are these basically it's landmarks. You have to find all the landmarks, but they call them locations instead, because you get a little cutscene when you find them. There's 2 or 3 that are very cheeky. There's one in Hirohara Heartscape that's only there before you find Mio. So if you miss it, you've missed it. The one in Yuki's Heartscape, everyone fucking misses on their first run. Everyone misses it because it's so evil. You have to go up to the bit where the end of the Heartscape is, where the binocular is overlooking the lighthouse, before you turn on all the stars in the area. You have to go there before the plot requires you to go there, and you get a little scene. That location check everyone misses. And the last one is in, I think, chapter 10. I think chapter 10 is when you go, the one you go to in chapter 10. There's one, and it's literally you can see it. You're literally hugging the wall, looking at it, but you have to be in a hyper-precise spot for it to trigger. Yeah, you can actually see what locations you've got and ones you haven't in the pause menu. I don't know where, I can't remember where it is on my head, but there's a thing you can find, I think it's in the guide, where you can see locations. There's 18 location scenes in the school, and every dungeon has a set amount. And most of them you'll find. It's just there's a number of them that you can only get on your first visit. So the moment it counts as you're finished with that Heartscape, you can no longer get them. because the cutscene may involve characters at certain points of their development. And Yuki's is the most cheeky, because you have to go to the telescope at the end of her dungeon before you actually do the quest you're supposed to do there with all the light bulbs. That was like one of the... when I was on New Game Plus, I was only missing 3. Actually, no, 4, because I was missing one of Shio's as well. So basically, if you just explore everywhere in a dungeon as you go, you'll mostly be fine. There's just a couple here and there that are a little cheekier hidden. But that's like the only trophy that's annoying. The whole get everyone the rank 10 trophy seems like, oh god, we're going to be at it for ages. But I guarantee you, because of the fact that your talent level, half of all talent level points carry over into your second playthrough, everyone will join your party at like rank 5 or 6 anyway. On your second playthrough. So you can absolutely get everyone to rank 10. And you're probably going to do a second playthrough anyway, because it's the only way to get the true ending is in New Game Plus. Which, it's one of the few games where that actually makes sense. Now, hold on just a minute. Where do you think to go home, club kids? Who I assumed was coming would be waiting for us. That's right, it can only be the women's bath. That's true. There aren't any perverts that are as easy to predict as you are. I hate perverts. Pervert. God, even Mew's getting on it. What should we do? Should we try going to the women's bath? I won't go. If I peep, then I'll become a real pervert. If I become a real pervert, then she'll hate me for sure. I promised I'd go back to reality and we'd eat bentos together. I'm not doing it. Calm down, you beleaguered boy. It seems that the facility is actually a secret women's bath that the creator made for his beloved daughter and followers. Bento and a secret bath. No, mere food or a man's fantasy. Which will you choose? The bento! I see, the fantasy you say. I knew you were a man, Shonen. I'm positive to go home club is just giving over to God, Stork's lines are harder to read sometimes. It's a pleasure at the glamorous VIP women's bath, Lucid. Do as you like. The council has spoken. Let us be off to the great bathhouse overflowing with dreams and fantasies. Woo, let's go! Also, I did catch a smidge of your stream when I got up. It's just I was super busy. I saw that you was in Yuki's dungeon. Do you know why I love Reina so much now? Naruko-senpai, are you here? Oh, wow! They really put the bourgeois taste on full display. You don't see these kinds of gaudy baths these days. Oh, Suzuna-chan, what do you think? So tacky, right? This would be great for us to gossip her. It was Yuki. No, I wasn't saying that. I was saying, but do you see why I loved her so much? Because Reina literally says, you know what, I don't give a fuck if God decides you have to die. I want you to live. I will literally fight God to keep you alive. Like, Reina's so determined to keep the woman she loves with her. She's like, she without hesitation, it's like, if anyone tries to get in the way, I'll stop them. It's like, but what if it's God? Oh well. I was like, man, this woman's determined. I love her. And so I love Yuki too, because she's just a little bean. Who wouldn't like Reina? But I already really loved her from chapter 4, but chapter 8 was just when I was like, fuck, Reina's amazing. And I love how their relationship grows. And I love, you know, my first playthrough, the squeal I gave out when both Reina and Yuki actually confessed their love for one another. Like, there wasn't any beating around the bush, there was no fancy words, it was literally just, I love you too. And I was just like, ah! I was so giddy for like the whole of that stream after that bit. Don't worry about it, the others will take care of it. Oh! Song isn't in order to push things forward. Speaking of songs, did you notice the little You know, just a small little thing the composer added to Yuki's Heartscape just to, like hammer in the life she had. You know, how they used a fucking hospital heart pump as an instrument? As you do. Cause I caught onto that straight away, because I've, unfortunately, for various reasons, heard a fucking heart pump before. And I was just, like, as soon as you hear it, it was like, oh god. Like, that was very telling, even, you know, outside the hospital side of things, of, you know, Yuki's background, what she'd gone on, that there's a heart pump. It's called The Fire Burns by Killswitch Engage. I feel like you've mentioned Killswitch before. I don't know why that name rings a bell. How much impact are any subjects present? Here's Azuna-chan. Want to take a bath together? Are those two going to be the two we're going to fight in this round? Uh-oh. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get... They'll definitely come if we keep watch right here. I know they'll come! Oh god, Ayana's going to murder us. Look at that face. Something's immediately evoked from me. I get that though, because I think there's certain scenes or certain environments. For me, it's more environments. There's just a track that just plays in your head immediately. The biggest one for me, I know it's an odd thing to jump at, but it's just because it's a game I played when I was a kid. Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events had it was another film that had like a game adaptation. The Game Boy Advance adaptation was actually pretty damn good. It was hard as hell, but it was actually really damn good. Anytime it rained in that game, it had a track for raining. Anytime it rains, and it's like, not like a little spit sort of thing, like a proper like downpour, it plays in my head, even though, like, the last time I played that game, I was like 6 years old. Like, every single time without fail, I just hear the, din 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 in my head, and then the violin of I just, every time. So I get it. It's like you have certain tracks that almost like core memories locked into you that, depending on like character type or situation or whatever, is just in your head. I imagine Shogo's more just like, I think they're more there to watch or keep an eye on the extras, not to and to keep an eye on the other two there, not to keep an eye for us. Mute. Hey, what's a pervert? So you didn't understand. Wow, that girl's neck over there really is so beautiful. What the fuck? I need a closer look. I bet she's gonna say that's one. I wanna go home, I wanna go home, I wanna go home, I wanna go home. Perverts are people like these guys. Oh, so you mean interesting people? No. Yeah, sure. That's what I meant. I see. Thank you, Sweet Pea. I should do a fight. I should do some fights with Shonen in the party, because I need to build them up anyway. I know we're the main character and all, but why do we get, like, the best track in the game next to that boss theme? This is genuinely like my music too precious, yeah. Yeah, for someone who's supposed to be the main, like, it's like, I don't know what, I can't remember what that, like, the exact words of that joke was, but if bad, why cute? Like, you know, that's kind of her. Like, if she's supposed to be the main bad, why is she so fucking adorable? I'm not doing auto because I just want to see what Shonen's moveset is. Stealth Round, Blissful Ignorance. Spray indiscriminately at enemies within an area with a chance to knock them down. Oh, that's not elemental. And poison. Alright. I think the old saying is like, if bad, why hot, but I'm changing it to if bad, why cute, because she's adorable. So I'll do a couple fights just to kind of get a feel for Shonen. But I will put auto on. Jesus, did you see that, like, like Kamehameha that you just threw out his hand? I just want to hear that boss theme again. That's why I'm kind of like rushing towards the bathhouse a little bit. I just want to. What the heck? What do you mean unknown? Where are we? This wasn't here before. This is new. Too big. I'm so tired. This place doesn't consist of hot springs. There are also various stores. You all like festivals, right? The girls are getting out of the hot springs and nice, but so are the ones hanging by the stores. So noisy, I can't relax. I'm more in line with Shonen there. I think I relate more to Shonen in that one. I'm just like, yeah, it's too many people, too much noise, I can't chill. Okay, I remember Shonen doesn't really have a win animation. Like, everyone else did a little animation, Shonen just stops. He just ceases. He's like, yeah, we're done. Oh, okay. Look at this man, look at this man, he just stops. He just stops moving. He's like, yeah, we're done. I don't know why him having a lack of an animation is like so funny to me, but it's kind of perfect for him. I'm gonna be honest, the structure of this room is weirdly reminding me of like a Pokemon game. And I mean like the older ones, not like the newer ones, where it's like you did have areas where it was just like a bunch of linear paths going around and like trainers scattered. And it's like, hey, every other turn had a trainer, especially like old gym puzzles in like the earlier games where like they weren't as elaborate. Well, I say weren't as elaborate. It weren't as elaborate until like Gen 7, like 6 or 7 when they kind of just started to do away from them, and now there's barely anything to do with gym puzzles. Gen 9 is literally just do a side quest within the town, now you can go fight the boss, and you're like, what? What happened to gym puzzles? What happened to you entered basically a mini dungeon that you had to figure out to fight the boss? And you return to Cold Steel, the Plat 3. Ooh, yeah, because it's been a while since you did, since you finished off Cold Steel 2. To be honest, there's like, as much as like I'm being wary, like I watch bits and bobs, but I'm trying not to like focus too much when you do your Cold Steel streams, because obviously when I go through it, I want it to kind of be fresh. Fuck gym puzzles. That's fair. There's a reason why they got rid of them. They felt that they were very unnecessary as the series went on. But it's, I think for me, it's just that there's been enough games in a row where they haven't existed that I kind of miss them. You know? I'd like to see like a modern, like, try of them. Because I think it was Gen 6 was the last time we had proper gym puzzles, and even then, they weren't that fucking complicated. They were pretty, like, self-solving. Like, we are long gone from, like, the ice puzzles that were, like, all the ice gyms from, like, the first 4 gens. Or the, you know... They don't have to be, I don't know, like, they don't have to be the most complicated, it's just, like, I'd love to see them give them another go. And I don't want them to be, like, I think Gen 5 genuinely found, like, the best balance with it, because they were genuine puzzles, but they weren't, like, time-waster puzzles. If you already knew the solution, you could burn through them insanely quick. Whilst, like, Gen 4, as much as Gen 4 is my favourite, there's no denying that a lot of the Platinum gym like, Platinum versions, gym challenges were time-wasty. The Eterna City gym, the grass gym, was a perfect example of what I mean. The Platinum version of it is you stand on the clock, it moves along, you fight a trainer, you get back on the clock, it moves along. There's no puzzle, it's just a gauntlet with a fancy aesthetic. Gen 3 is my fave. No, you don't really hate for it, Gen 3 is a lot of people's fave. It's just not mine. But I know a lot of people, especially when I was in college, that like wanted to like smite me because Gen 3, before Gen 6 happened, Gen 3 was my least favourite. And that's not because I thought it was bad. Like, when I say least favourite, it's because I still really liked it, I just liked the other ones a bit more, you know? Everyone I knew in college wanted to kill me because I didn't like Gen 3. There's a reason why, the only reason the Gen 3 remake happened is because it was, like, it was popular demand. It wasn't just, you know, Game Freak being Game Freak or whatnot. It was like the first 2 generation remakes were the first 2 generations were solely made because the original games were radically outdated, not because they wanted to remake them. They originally had no intention of remaking Gen 3 onwards. The only reason they did was because of popular demand. People really fucking wanted a Gen 3 remake. Which is then the shame, because the Gen 3 remake, although graphically it's better, everything else is worse than anytime it's like, oh, I want to try out 3rd gen, I'm like, don't get Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, get Pokemon Emerald, please, for the love of God. Now, like, for me, my worst now is Gen 6, because Gen 6 is the only one I actually don't like. All the rest I either like, or like with Gen 7 I'm at least indifferent to. Like, I'm like, yeah, it's alright, but whatever. Gen 6, when I played through it, I was so fucking done with that game afterwards. I was going, yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, for me, like, Gen 6 is the weakest. That one's just not a fun game at all. It had some cool Pokemon design, sure, but Team Flare is not an interesting villain. The region is so goddamn linear it hurts. Even more so than Gen 5 Part 1, and that's saying something. I didn't care for the starters. I don't care for the nostalgia bait at all. So when it was like, hey, you can get Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur again, I'm like, okay. I don't, like, you know, I was like, ugh, yeah. I wasn't a big fan of the Megas, because it felt like it went a little against the whole point of the series of, you know, making your own team. Because there's only some Pokemon that had Megas, and then there were mandatory fights that had Megas against you. So it felt that your hand was somewhat forced to pick one, so it limited your options. And although they're better balanced nowadays, that was also the generation that introduced fairy types. And when they first released, they were unbalanced as shit, and they like just felt like a huge, unnecessary wrench into the balance of the game. But nowadays they're a lot better, and I'm a lot more used to them. But at the time, it's like, holy shit. Visual pre-orders. Well, the thing is, I think they will, because Ryza 3's digital pre-orders just went live in Japan. And I mean just. Like, they only went live, like, last night. But that's because they had an event for it. So I imagine the Western, like, digital pre-orders are imminent. Maybe not for Marie, but definitely for Ryza 3. Because Marie, that they teased or trailered a little bit, that like, there's going to be like a physical collector's edition for that. That's going to come with like a bunch of extra stuff, because, you know, as is. But I think it is imminent. But like after Gen 6, my second least is like Gen 8. And that's not because I think Gen 8's bad, like most people say. A lot of people can say, oh, Gen 8, like, I didn't hate Gen 8 that much. It's definitely like a sign of like rushed development. But I didn't mind it. I just thought it was okay. I liked the online stuff when the frame rate held. I liked the events they made, all the gyms, and I just thought in general it was a pretty alright game. It was just nothing stand out. After that's Gen 5 Part 1, because as much as I absolutely adore that game's story, it's got like very little replayability compared to other Pokemon games. Because it's so story focused, you just experience the story again and again. Like, it's very fixed in a lot of ways compared to other Pokemon games. And then it's Gen 1 and Gen 2. Like, kind of just back to back. Like, you could flip them around, it's fine. Like, I enjoy both of them, but I'm not like... I don't have that nostalgia bias towards them that a lot of other people do, because I was born in 99. So I grew up with, like, Gen 3 onwards. Like, my first generation I remember is Gen 3, but the first one I probably got into was 4. After those two, Gen 7, I actually thought Gen 7 was alright. I think it's way too tutorial heavy, but once you get past the tutorial, I actually really enjoyed that game. Then it's Gen 3. I haven't played Gen 9, so I can't count that. And then it's Gen 5 Part 2, and then it's Gen 4. Anyway, what were you saying? I can't do that. Oh, why not? Just a little bit. Come on, take it off. Please stop. It's just like I said. I can't believe it. But yeah, the Ryza pre-order, if it's just happened in Japan, I imagine we'll hopefully hear something about it in the next couple days. In the West. I've got it on my wish list, so I'll literally get a notification the split second it's available to pre-order. Because you can, you know, wish list things straight off PS5. I've got that on my wish list, I've got Marie on my wish list. And I've got the Arland collection and the Dusk collection on my wish list, so if they ever go on sale, I'll get a notification for them as well. That voice, it's that girl. One of them seems to be that girl Naruko. Looks like it's just the two of them. What do you want to do, Lucid? Of course we're gonna sneak a peek. It's not a thing for me. I think if you're on the PlayStation app on your phone, you can still wishlist things. It's just obviously you'll only get the notification on your phone. Because that's how I wishlisted Senran Kagura. Because the Senran Kagura games apparently have some stability issues when run on PS5. Which is why none of them are on the PS5 side of the store. Like, you can still buy them and download them, but you have to do it through the app. You can't just find them on the PS5 store, because they don't run stably. Well, man, anytime we message each other, I'm almost always using the app on my phone. It's very rare I'm using the console. The only annoying thing is that there's, like, a 10-second message delay when you use the PlayStation app on, like, the receiving end. Like, I will get the notification on my PlayStation saying you sent a message, and then about 10-15 seconds later, that message will pop up on my phone. Like, anytime you message each other on the PlayStation message stuff. But yeah, on PS5, they have, like, wishlist properly. Thankfully. Who's that? Idiot, shut up! Stop it, you perv! Oh, man. Shonen-do-san? What are you doing? This is not what it looks like, I'm not a pervert! Gross, he's a peeper, a perv. I told you that's wrong! It's your fault in the first place, you insensitive paparazzi scum, I'll never forgive you. Why is he angry? Do-san, calm down. Naruko, Suzuna, we made it in time! Oh, fuck, here we go. They're gonna go into, like, overdose mode or whatever it was. There's a lot of them. Guess I have to use it. Hold on, you two. Release limit, Catharsis effect, overdose. Oh, he gets into this god tier boss suit. I tried so hard to track down this track, or like on the play, like and like the soundtracks and everything, and I've still yet to find it. If anyone knows what this track is actually called, please let me know. Also, that's not my Suzuna and Naruko. They're not level 26. Actually, I think Naruko might be 26. Suzuna certainly isn't. Oh, Jesus, look at Stork's health. What? That was one turn? Jesus, he got fucked up. Yeah, and as she goes down, it's like, why did that attack feel so familiar? This is just stolen from what... Okay, so some of these... There's just a reuse of an ultimate. That's just... That's just one of our characters' ultimates. What the fuck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck. Bye, dude. Oh, I'm not sure I like this. Trophy unlocked, pervert. I don't want that trophy. Can you take it back? What the fuck? Oh, no. No, now people are gonna think, no, hang on. Control with a second, retreat. Hey, Daria. Dol-san, please stay safe. It was over. It was the first time a three-dimensional girl was ever nice to me. I'm done for. Well, I'll go eat with you if you want so you can feel better. Wanna go get some ramen? I'll go with you too, so don't cry. I think now's a good time. Let's leave this place, Lucid. What a waste. You were mistaken in your musician selection, Mew. That's not true. You're all my precious friends who have written me beautiful songs. Very well. Same here, I'm tired of working with these freaks. I'll contact you again when necessary. You can go home, Lucid. Has he really barded himself up in a corner? Hang on. How do I go all the way around? Okay, no, he's just standing now. So did he really just blockade himself in his misery? You've got events with everyone to do. I'm going to save first in case I'm fucking him up. Alright, let's go see what everyone has to say. Lucid. Where do you high schoolers usually stop by on their way home? An arcade? You think I'd be someone who plays games, takes pictures at an arcade? We're going to a cafe. Then why did you ask? Come with me. Let's go, Lucid! Where do you think teenagers usually go when they're bored? I don't know, the arcade. We're not going to the arcade. What the fuck? It's kind of like a date. Am I being the third wheel? The results of my experiment will be more accurate with 3 people. I see. Lucid, what are you going to drink? 1 cafe au lait and 1 black coffee. Oh, and 1 herbal tea. Oh. Yeah, it was like we get no say in the matter. Hey, Lucid. What do you want to talk about? Our conversation has already been decided. We will wait until our drinks have arrived. Okay. Excuse me. Thank you for waiting. 1 cafe au lait, 1 black coffee, and 1 herbal tea. Thank you. Will that be all? Yes. Enjoy your drinks. Yes. Arigato. This is mine. What is that? My homemade witch's herbal tea. Alright, let's begin. Okay. I'm going to become a witch. I thought you wanted to be a vampire. Of course not. Lucid, in a bored tone, say, I really liked the transformation scene in Little Witch Migu. And then Mew, you say, oh yeah, me too. Okay. Got it. Then let's do it once again. I'm going to become a witch. I really liked the transformation scene in Little Witch Migu. Oh yeah, me too. There are so many different types of witches. What I want to do is natural magic. But don't put me in the same group as that Charlton Crowley, who just pretends to do black magic. Or charlatan, sorry. Right. I'm going to become a hex. Much more radical than Wiccans created by Gardner 70 years ago. Hexen are women standing between life and death. Witches are always the bad ones in fairy tales. Even in history, they were put on trial and mass murdered. But in reality, they were clever women who strengthened people's lives with their natural magic. Right. The reed is, and it's harm none, do what ye will. It means no matter what you do, be it good or evil, it will always come back to you threefold. Witches believe in the rule of 3. What fantasy. Yeah. What was wrong? Your status has become poison. What did you put in your tea? Conium and digitalis. They're both poisonous plants. Wait, I'll treat you right now. Wait. Devon! Standard into an ambulance. Takes me. Lucid, please. Call an ambulance. Vaughn's gonna die! Yeah, you trying to be all fancy. Oh yes, I decided to add some fancy plants to my drink. They're poisonous. You fucking poisoned yourself. Vaughn, are you okay? He pumped my stomach. I'm alright now. Oh, Mew, that's such a Oh, Mew. I don't want to do this stuff anymore. I'm sorry I worried you. This stuff. I'm not sure what she means. Sorry I made you accompany me, Lucid. As thanks. We can go somewhere you'd like next time. So long as I like it. I guess we got closer to Fawn. She just had to fucking... Alright. Hey dude, how you doing? Bento! There's a pretty serious wound. Shonen doll, it looks like he's still hungry. You're doing that on purpose, aren't you? You do know, right? Lucid, I'll be right back. Press worth it. I didn't realise, Shonen doll. I brought you a bento. Let's eat it together. No, stop it, you junk doll. You can see inside someone's heart, can't you? So why can't you understand? But Sweet Pea said that she'd eat with you, so I thought you might be hungry. I don't know if you're naive or just stupid. Just take someone's word at face value. Learn to read the room. We made Mew cry, that's unforgivable. Exactly. And that was such a heartfelt... Like, the actress really gave a convincing kind of cry with that. You can't convince me Mew's a baddie, alright? This game's like, no, yeah, she needs to be stopped. Like, she's got a little crazy with power. Like, are you fucking sure? You can read a room? Maybe it has a nutritional label written on it. I know the nutritional value of general air. The volume density of nitrogen is 780,840 ppm. The oxygen is 209,476 ppm. It'd be the triple convincing cry. Yeah. Oh, never mind. That's just like Mew, so it's fine. You don't have to think about unnecessary things anymore. Just look inside Dou-chan's heart. Okay. He doesn't want her to hate him. It seems his thoughts are full of wanting to undo a misunderstanding. Right? Since it's impossible, I told him I would eat with him. Why is it impossible? Because they're enemies? What are you even looking at every time? Now. Then that girl Suzuna can join our group too. Fucking Suzuna and I just standing next to each other, like all dressed up, like pretending we're not with the of the musicians, and also part of the Go Home Club. Like we just kind of look at each other like, maybe. But what's gonna happen to the girl who wants to go back to the real world? Are you planning to stomp on her wish, force her to join us, and make her eat with Dou-chan? Is that bad? Hard to please everyone, how deep? It's your fault? Why are you talking like it's got nothing to do with you? Jeez, of all these people are just... We're in different positions, so it's impossible. If this misunderstanding can be resolved, the problem within Dou-chan's heart can easily be fixed. If they're not, you'll go straight back to the little corner of woe. Lucid, what should we do? If we leave it like this, I'd feel bad for Shonen doll. Wait, why do I hear boss music, Lucid? Wait, why do I hear boss music? Shonen doll normie plan activate. Well, aren't you a curious one, Lucid-chan? He could do that. I don't think he'd even be here in the first place. Yeah, let's do it. Let's grant Shonen doll's wish together. I'm gonna work hard. But how does one become a normie? Well, you just have to boldly peep and... Shut up! So, first he has to get used to people. He needs to be able to talk to girls. We'll have to train him. That's why Sweet Pea hadn't whacked Stork sooner. Training, got it. Let's work hard, Lucid. Well, Do-chan's the one who'll have to work hard. Ow! Well, yes, but like I said, if he could do that, he wouldn't be at Mobius in the first place. What? I told you to leave me alone. Shonen doll, Lucid and I are going to help you resolve the misunderstanding with that girl, so cheer up. Really? Yup, so come with us, let's go! Why did you bring me here? It's just a bunch of normies. First, we want you to get used to being here so you're not overwhelmed. What? Get used to? I thought you were going to help me resolve the misunderstanding with her. Resolving that is your job. What are you saying? Did you trick me? We didn't trick you, we're training you. Training? You want to undo this misunderstanding, right? We want to train you so you can get used to people and talk to girls. Meeting at a cafe is one of the basic tenets of a date or spending time with someone, isn't it? I see now. It's my fault for having expectations, I guess. Don't be sad. If you wait here, I'm sure a girl will show up who can practice with, okay? A girl? Fine. I guess I have to wait, right? Yup, super cute girl will come soon. Super cute girl. I'm starting to get nervous. I'm just gonna level with you. If I was like, to use Muse wording, a super cute girl walking by, and I saw those two motherfuckers sitting around the table, I would not go anywhere near them. If I saw like some dude in a giant hood that's all scratched up and damaged, and like the devil, like just sitting next to each other at a table, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep walking. You know, like I would not. Also, yeah, Muse idea of girls like cafes, so we're just gonna go there. It's like I appreciate the thought, Mew, but I think you were slightly misguided. Why don't we consider and order something? Why are you just chilling? Well, the chair's empty. No, Shonen Dog. According to the Good Competent Men Dating Manual, Mew has a manual, you must first offer your chair to a lady, then walk to the counter with good posture. Figure out what she'd like to drink before entering a shop, and bonus points if you can order without any pauses or awkward moments. Oh, I still get anxious having to like talk to a human doing any shopping. And I work in a shop. We're already starting? So I'm ordering. Fine. Never paid Mew for being a frequenter of Men's Health magazine. Yeah. Welcome, you ready to order? 1 large mango fever frappe and 1 white mocha with custom syrup, please. Oh, she said frappuccino. The actress. 1 large mango fever frappuccino and 1 white mocha with custom syrup. Will that be all? Yep. What is that, a spell? I'll be 626 yen. We'll call you when you're ready, so please take this ticket. Yeah, I'd say chair. If I'm going, like, the shop I work at, I almost never shop there, because it's like, well, I get my money from you, I don't want to then give it back to you. But on the very rare occasion I am shopping there, I'm alright, because it's, you know, I know everyone there anyway. It's just anytime I shop anywhere else, I'm just like, hi, can I have this, please? Hey, how's your day doing? How you doing? Yeah, I'm fine. Can I have the game? No, I'm like, you know, I'm just like, please stop talking to me. I've got better with it as time's gone on, but I still get a little anxious. If you're waiting, this customer, please. Which one is iced coffee? I have no idea. Oh, it's crowded in here. Did you order yet? Oh no. Shonen Doll's seen a long time. I'm sorry. Oh, you're back. Hey, which way you going? Oh, I'm sorry. Is it a little no stimulation? Just 1 water? Maybe this was a bit too hard to start with. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, hi, Sweet Pea. Yeah. Oh, speaking of work, it probably won't affect my schedule because it's still later in the day, but I've got a busy week of shifts next week. I'm working almost every day next week. So, like, I probably won't do, like, as much as I wanted, like, the super long streams every now and then, I'm not gonna, you know, exhaust myself, so I probably will be, like, the week of, like, 3 to 4 hours next week. They're all 6 PM starts, so it's not, so it's already, like, later in the day, so my morning streams won't be compromised at all. But yeah, let's say, I won't be, well, I'll probably, like, keep it to, like, 3 to 4 hours long sort of thing, just to not, like, just to not take the piss. Because I'm doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday next week. Because I don't do Sunday shifts in general. So yeah, I'm going to be, and then all of them are 6 PM starts till like 11 PM. Plus side, it's the week before payday, so doing all those extra hours, it'll be a result when the week after payday comes around for when Riser 3 becomes pre-orderable. You know, it'll be great when that happens. Also, and I'm not going to say anything, I'm not going to commit to anything yet, but I might be getting a better contract soon at work. Which means I'll be doing more hours at work, and when it comes to that, yeah, I might have to rearrange the schedule for the sake of my health in the long term. Because that's what I think these extra hours are mostly about. It's testing me out on more hours before making it official. I don't know that for a fact, and anything can change. But if that does happen, then yeah, I will have to adjust the schedule a little bit, just for the sake of long-term health. Like, back when I first started streaming, I took 2 days off a week instead of 1. I might go back to that sort of thing. Because I used to take Wednesday and Saturday off instead of just Saturday. But it's because I wasn't doing much else, it just made more sense to only take the Saturday off. But if I end up doing way more hours, then I'll probably take Wednesday off as well again. But that's... we're getting way ahead of ourselves. it hasn't been made official, we don't know yet. It's just, next week's going to be a little busier, so we'll see how it goes. Oh, hi Mew, Lucid-chan. Oh, Dol-chan is here too, that's unexpected. Wait, why is there only one water? You all didn't order yet? Yeah, we kind of haven't yet. Oh, jeez. Well, I'll go order all for you. What would you like? Thank you for waiting. Thanks. I'm back, everyone. Here you go, Lucid-chan. A double-shot espresso... macchiato? Kind of inheritance. Yeah, fair, dude. To be fair, it's going to sound genuinely awful, and I don't mean it this. I love my grandfather, but I'm aware that in my grandfather's will for me, there is a hefty inheritance. So I'm just like, I just got to keep working. Macchiato. Okay, I think... is that the macchiato, sorry. Yeah, okay. Also, I don't want anything bad happening to my grandfather. I love him to bits. But I'm not stupid. I'm not, you know, I'm not, like, ignorant to the fact that I'm aware what will happen come my way. Speaking of inheritance, when that unfortunate day does come, whenever it is. It's Italian. Oh. I'm awful with most... sorry, I had to sneeze. I'm awful at most, like, coffee and tea names. Because I really don't drink much in terms of, like, tea and coffees. I'll have tea once in a blue moon because I'm British, so it's like an unwritten rule, we have to. But like, that's it. Mew, a short berry chocolate chip frappe. Aww. Thank you, Sweet Pea. Here you go, Dol-chan, a medium dipped iced coffee. If you want to order a regular iced coffee here, you have to tell them no dip. Oh, and I also asked them to add a custom Valencia syrup, so try it. I recommend it. Oh no, she did it all cute. She went, I recommend it. From the Japanese voice, and she tried to do it all cutely. And then I was feeling like a hibiscus tea today. Bon appetit, everyone. Amazing, Sweet Pea. You were able to order everything so smoothly. What's so great about being all pretentious at a shop like this? There's people like that with nothing inside. You really think that? I think it's very nice to be able to order for everyone, right, Lucid? By the way, what did you need today? Oh yeah, we want You to be an instructor for shonen dolls so you can talk with girls easily. What? Me? Do you think I am an idiot? The super cute girl you told me about is just a perverted old man. So don't you dare call me that, you hermit neat. Please don't fight. What is that, lovers quarreling? Don't look. I'm going home. Later, Lucid. You guys? Well, that failed spectacularly. But we got closer. I feel so bad for Mew. She just wants all her friends to get along with each other, and they all kind of hate each other. Hey there, Lucid. Mew. Sorry about the other day. Are you okay? I thought you might die from blood loss. Oh, no, I'm perfectly fine. I constantly have nosebleeds. I'm usually pretty healthy and careful about what I eat. The way of the peeper, lesson 2. Those who wish to master the art of peeping must train their mind and body to consume many hematopoietic foods. Liver, spinach, shellfish, beans, poultry, kale. I can tell you right now, of all the things he's listed, the only one I eat is beans. The only one I have is beans every now and then, and that's not, not on its own. With something else. How increase your blood cell count? I highly recommend them. So, peepers are very careful about their health, aren't they? Exactamundo! Invasion, mimicry, hiding, and other various aspects of peeping require lots of physical strength. Spinach Mayfair. A healthy body is essential to the art of peeping. Now then, Lucid, peeping can't be mastered in one day. You will be trained today too. Are you ready? Yeah! Don't answer for me! Mew's just excited because she doesn't know what it means. She just thinks we're going on a fun day out together. She's like, Mew's too much of like a child at heart to realise what's really going on here. She's just like, oh, a day out with friends, yay! Really put all that effort into being normal, yeah, no kidding. The rules are the same as before. I'm going to mimic various things and hide somewhere on this floor. Lucid, find what I'm mimicking. Seems your observing eyes have become even sharper, as expected for Mon Apprenti. Very good, very good. I have still yet to spot what gives him away in any mimicry thing. Like, at all. Every single time I found him in his dungeon was more chance than, like, thought. And that cutscene, I was like, oh, I think he's one of those benches, and then it turned out to be one of these chairs. You gotta run from the Reaper stock, yeah. You're so smart, Lucid. You improved so fast. Meeting their master helps one improve, you know. My peeping talents also became polished when I met my master. Someone trained you? Is he in prison by now, by chance? Just asking for a friend. Your master? Oh, I want to hear about it, please. Okay, I'll gladly tell you the story. When my eyes were open to the glorious act of peeping on girls. I fucking hate reading this man's lines sometimes. I conquered all of the locker rooms of the girls' sports club in the blink of an eye. From then on, I'd wait till my mother was asleep, then I'd go out into town every night. I'd go peep at women I didn't know when they were sleeping peacefully or bathing, and I'd burn their images into my memory. But I was still young and naive. I was almost caught several times, and it would scare the living daylights out of me every time. Really? And not one of these times do you think maybe it was time to, like, pack it in? Eventually, though, I got addicted to the thrill. The harder it was, the more I felt a sense of accomplishment, and the more frequent my nosebleeds became. Then I got inspired by camouflage techniques for special forces, like ninjas and spies, and I began creating my own unique concealment method. You know when you're playing a Persona game and there's like that one social link or confidant that you just fucking hate doing? Because you just don't like the character and you don't like their story? This is what I'm getting out of Stork. I don't want to talk to this man. A filthy Frank, yeah. Wow, that's amazing, Stork. You're a hard-working pervert. Mew, I still don't think you'd entirely... Oh dear. Thank you so much. The only people who have ever complimented me are you and my master. That's how I was improving my own style of peeping. And then, one fateful night, at a park famous for being a peeping site, I met a 40-year-old peeping veteran. His craft was perfect. Not only could you not see him breathe, you couldn't even sense him. He had completely became one with the environment. Muse so precious resist the need to adopt her. Yeah, next time I start a new book and write a new story, I want to have like a bean kind of character. I've been having this urge to write these kind of like complete naive sweetheart characters for ages. All of my characters, like there's a couple that like, I have a character that is a bit naive and a bit like just kind of goes with it. But there's still shit going on, you know? Like, all of them have those. I just think I need to write, like, almost like a palate cleanser. Next time I start a new book after I'm done with Demon of Zen, just to have a character that's just a complete, like, uncompromising, lovely little angel, you know? I was thinking, there are lots of crickets. Then I realized that it was my master who was doing all the cricketing. I'm being book series. Compared to his skills, I thought mine were mere party tricks. He was truly a master peeper. Your master is amazing. He's a superhuman pervert. Oh, of course. He's worth bragging about. Really? Do you want to brag about it like out loud in front of the police station? Come on, let's go. I immediately started studying with him, and under his tutelage, I learned many necessary skills of peeping. Well, I never was able to overcome how to breathe deeply through my nose. You should be careful too, Lucid. I wonder how my master is doing. If I don't take him food, he has to dig through the trash, so I'm worried. What a touching relationship between master and apprentice. You should learn from this, Lucid. Should I? Like, just turning my head looking at you like, You know, I'm terrified what Stork's rank 9 and 10 are gonna be. When is he gonna stop saying, oh, I'm gonna stop teaching you? So I'm like, no, it's put into practice. And he just throws me in a room. Let's see if there's anything else I can do as a musician first. Nope, okay. I'll max out the friendship points of Shonen Doll later. So let's go back and have the whole cast go, where were you, President? We needed you. I'm going, oh, fuck, I just almost missed it. No one questioned where I was and why Lucid's now no longer around. You're late, Senpai. You weren't relaxing and taking a bath by yourself, were you? Jeez, while you were gone, we lost the musicians and Mew again, you know. I was in the bath too long. Jeez, just as Kensuke-kun said. Jeez, well, which bath were you in? Why didn't you let us know? So what? That's what you get mad about. We should have gone to see Pariso in the first place. Now we have to go. There's no other choice. I wonder if you don't go, if you don't agree to go with Fawn and do the whole musician side of everything, whether they don't split up and they just say, let's just go straight there. And it's only because they have to make an excuse to have you separate to go do the musician stuff, they introduce this whole extra thing here. Does anyone else want to hang out and do anything? What about you, not Virgil, Byakuya? Okay, no, you're just same old. Oh, I need to rebuild my party. Yeah, so she was at level 26 when she's level 40. God, some of the level disparity. Ken's level 25, but I think these two are the least interesting characters to play as, because he's just defense and he's, hey, do you want to burn all your resources? Well, now I'm useless. He's like a turn 1 wonder, and then after that he's not very helpful. Oh, there's a cider thing in the musician room. Okay, one second. What's going on over here? Fawn, you want to hang out again? Oh, Jesus Christ, you want to hang out again? Oh, God. I guess because the plot advanced in the next chapter, so things have added. Lucid, do you remember what I said before? We can go wherever you'd like for our third meeting. Where would you like to go, Lucid? I mean, we're both women. Co-ed bath. I had a feeling we can wear bathing suits. Oh, I was like, oh, okay. It's like, how are we going to do this as Lucid? No, we don't. We go back to normal. It's just Fawn and I, so no one else has to know. So if if someone walked in on us, people would be just like, wait a minute, what's the president of the Go Home Club and the leader of the musicians doing sharing a bath? You know, someone just walked in on this co-ed bath, we'd be in deep shit. So hot spring, let's hurry, Lucid, Fawn. It feels so nice. Oh, well, I like even like the mini Mews in it. Sorry to keep you waiting. What the fuck? That's an odd bathing suit. I have a bathing suit on. It's basically the same thing. A secret you have never seen cannot be imagined. Don't worry about it. Okay, do the pixels still need to be there when you're in the bath? Come on, it feels so nice. Yes, it does. Really close with Mew, aren't you? Of course. Oh dear. Mew is so pure. She only thinks about granting everyone's wishes. Is there anyone else like that? Mobius has immeasurable significance as a place where those despairing in the real world can escape. I just want to save those poor people. I sympathize with how Mew feels. If we don't help her, then who will grant the wishes of these innocent lives? Anyway. What do you want? Oh, hey there, Lucid. You're very close to learning the essence of peeping. I don't want to... You need to learn the essence of keep your fucking distance. The special skill. This is where you need to stick to it. Alright, let's get pumped and go. The only thing that makes Stork's, like, social link bearable is Mew and her naivety. The rules are the same as always. I'm going to mimic something, you have to hide somewhere. You see through my disguise and find me. Now I'm going to try really hard this time, you can keep up. Once again, I had no clue where he was. The understanding consent. Yeah, exactly. I'm so proud that you've come this far, Lucid. Honestly, your growth is really stunning. It seems the time has come. The essence of peeping. I will tell you about the special skill, taboo breaking. The way of peeping, lesson 3. In order to achieve ultimate euphoria, those who desire the master peeping will be willing to commit taboos. By taboos, you mean things that you really shouldn't do, right? That's right. That's exactly it. Humans are fickle creatures when they want to challenge taboos, aren't they? The more you are told not to do or look at something, the more you want to do or look at it. Was it effect called again? The Caligula effect! Yes, that's it. Thanks for naming this game. While I was polishing my peeping skills, I desired to intensify the taboos that I was committing. Then I thought, what's the worst taboo a peeper can commit? It would be when someone who swore never to peep becomes a peeper. Yes, becoming a police officer. Yeah, and if it happens repeatedly, you have Caligula syndrome, which is also the name of the theme song of Death End Request 1. What? A double life, police officer by day, peeper by night. Isn't that the worst taboo or what? Stalk, that's so immoral. And thus I became a police officer. And the only reason I know that trivia with Death End is because, I kid you not, I learnt the song was called Caligula Syndrome, didn't know what Caligula meant, looked it up, stumbled into Caligula Effect the game, and it was like, oh, what's this game? What? What the? So Stork's a cop? Oh, jeez. Look, I was just going to say that I've always worked hard. I even went as far as to quit peeping while I was training in the police academy after graduating high school. This motherfucker's a cop? No, oh, Jesus Christ. I got my assignment. I was always serious during work. Thanks to that, I gained a lot of trust from the locals, and they loved me as an upstanding cop. What a nice story. I think. Well, even Mew is concerned. But because of that, I really hustled. Is this why you wear the mask? Because if you were caught without the mask, people would realize that it would recognize you as a cop. I even had a costume like those American comic book heroes, and I peeped my butt off every evening. My hero always leads a double life, so you became Peep Man. Oh, I love that! I'm sure Peep Man would have seen something really cool. Stork? What did you see? I didn't see anything. I think I'm tired of exerting all that energy. I'm gonna go home for today. Goodbye. What did you just see? I wonder what's wrong with Stork. His mood suddenly changed. Who did he see? Did he see a... Oh, I don't know. Another cop? He was like, oh shit, they might rat me out. I guess we're not extending that advance any further. Hey, Fawn, can we have, like, a private word? Yeah, we need to talk about Stork and how, like, he needs to go. Like, now. Like, we're talking, like, of mice and men. We're gonna mice and men him. We're gonna drag him out the back like Lenny and ask him to talk about the rabbits, alright? You get the gun. Okay, I'm sorry, enough of the bit, let's go. I need to reset my team. There we go. Actually, I'll save again as well before we head out. Ooh, and the Kuzunashi arc we're entering. Because the save file tells you what story arc you're in. Alright, let's see what theme we're gonna get. Oh. Wow, it's an amusement park! Senpai, let's see some Cheerios, come on! Whoa, it's been such a long time since I've been to an amusement park. What an idiot. Why is he crying when he's a grown-ass man? Ms. Robu. Right? What? Or like when we're fighting the Go Home Club, why do none of them realize that like the fighting style is identical to their president? And to the president, you know? Like, why do they... Like, I'm starting to think everyone's an idiot in this game. You really are hard on guys. It looks like there's an aquarium over that way. Or like, what? Like, you know, the obvious, why does Lucid only show up? And then shush you. Look at him, come on. It's like an elementary school field trip. Oh, what voice did I give him? I gave him a Byakuya voice, didn't I? Are you guys always this lively? That's actually not that bad right now. Meanwhile, Mum and Dad are like, these kids. Kotaro, are you alright? Yeah. I wonder where Mew's event's being held. Oh, Ayana-senpai, look at this! What is it, Mifui-chan? Here, look at this! Real escape event. Escape to the land of bliss is now open to great popularity. Hurry to escape the sinking real world and go to the Queen of Mew's live event. Wait, this is an event? That's right! What's going on? Ah! Well, did you get too close? Kotaro-senpai! Oh, jeez. What was that for? Don't just come near me like that without permission. You're already annoying as is. Yeah, I had a feeling. He just bolted over, was probably like standing over her shoulder, and she freaked out. What the hell? Oh, I can't take this anymore. Don't get so close to me! How are we supposed to fight together like this? Hurry up and get used to me already. She said that in English. She went, Shotetsu! See? I see. They're like preschoolers. Oh, it's okay, E.G. You're still... Senpai, look at this! The Queen of Mew. Ra Mew. Exactly! Guitara's like, get used to me already! I don't like you being too close to me! And he just runs up and like gets in her face. That's not how you get used to someone. This must be it. Amusement park is a Mew continent theme, even in the real world. By Mew continent, do you mean the mythical land that was sunk into the sea? Well, Atlantis? Right, there's an attraction called the Sun Temple that looks like a giant pyramid, and the venue at the top can be used for events and weddings. You seem to know a lot about this, Katono-san. I suppose so. Alright, just run up the kindergartners and check it out. Fucking Shogo. It's like, alright, just run up the fucking children getting too excited. Everyone, gather around. Fucking Kensuke's getting in too. It's literally like dads. The dads are getting the kids together. Whoa, it's huge. This is amazing. Wait, you weren't present in the pictures online. No way. You don't escape within the time limit. You can't see Mew's live performance. You seriously have to escape then? Let's do it. There are riddles too, right? I'd be more confident with just physical things. Apparently, Kuchinashi is the producer. Oh my goodness, Kuchinashi's songs are the best. Yeah, they're so amazing. When I hear them, they just make me want to slit my... What? I read that before I processed that. What the fuck? Excuse me? Like, my mouth was still moving reading the lines, and then my brain processed the sentence just before I finished it. What the fuck? Sounds like it's going to be a pretty troublesome event. Riddles? Kataru-senpai is definitely going to drag us down. What'd you say, you electric jamfish? What's that? You can leave the riddles to me. We're counting on you, Biwasaka-kun. As Kushinashi-san organized it, she's a quiet girl who's hard to read. Kushinashi. That's a flower, right? It symbolizes great happiness and silence. You think it means something? Either way, it seems that unless we clear this event, we can't see Mew. Alright then, everyone line up, okay? That's... Has she got a mask on? Why is her breath so... Or her word so like that? I see. So they're the Go Home Club too. Kushinashi! What do you think of my outfit? Is my sun tiara crooked? Kushinashi? Aria. Welcome to the real escape event, Escape to the Land of Bliss. Tonight, you're all citizens of the Mew continent that is fated to sink into the sea. Overcome the many tests that await you in the Sun Temple. With Ra Mew, the Queen of Mew, escape to Mobius, the Land of Bliss. There isn't much time until the Mew continent sinks. Now, are you ready? Ooh, I'm so bummed! Jeez, calm down. My heart's pounding. I'm so excited! So is this dungeon actually going to have a time limit, or is that just a story thing? Interesting! And so and welcome to the next dungeon. Tomb Raider! Hey, did you ever play fucking Temple Run when that was popular like a decade ago? Well, here we are. Hey, it feels pretty scary in here, doesn't it? Yes, it feels like there's a boulder about to drop down behind us and start chasing us through the area. I'm the priest, God Dehya, who serves Ra Mew. Listen closely, children of Mew. Due to the evil deity, Guthanoforia's curse, the Mew continent will soon sink into the depths of the sea. Ah! Whoa, what's happening? Ah! My ears! What's that voice? Calm down, Suzuna. Great, now we're about to hear for a while. Gataru-senpai, there's something on your forehead. You too, Kensuke. What is it? It's on everyone's forehead. Is this a curse? Calm down, everyone. It's just a blacklight stamp. It glows under a black light. It's like the ones you get stamped at a nightclub. Katano, you've been at a nightclub? Oh, so that's when they that's what they press at the entrance. Well, it's a pretty eerie symbol. Wow, it's so realistic. Children of Mu, who hold the symbol of the sun, overcome these trials to escape the Mobius, the land of bliss of Ra Mu. It must be the symbol of the sun. It resembles a squid or octopus. Trying to put on a voice and read words is hard, rather than the sun. Suzuna-chan, are you okay? It's just an attraction, so calm down, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. Let's get out of here before my eardrums burst. Oh, alright, this is a nice track. There are a lot of people inside. Is it a popular attraction? If you made this facility in the real world, I wonder how much it would cost. Anything is possible in Mobius, isn't it? It's made with my Muse knowledge. We don't really have to be made to make it somehow. Much better for Gosper here, so I like it better. Well, thank you. So I'm just vibing to the music for a sec. I know we're going to hear it for the whole dungeon, but I just want to vibe. I like the aesthetic of this dungeon. I feel like the game's soundtrack's got better as we've gone along. Like, the first game's dungeon was like, not the first game, the first dungeon theme was like, yeah, it was alright. The second dungeon theme was kind of, But then after that, like, the third one was enjoyable, the fourth one was pretty good. This one's really damn good, I'm enjoying this one. Oh, this is super fucking like Tomb Raider-y, Uncharted-y, Indiana Jones. Look at this. How do we get over there? Is that all a dead end, maybe? We have to go around? Oh, hang on, there's a bit of the map that's not filled in. Hang on. There we go. Sorry. And you know what's even better about this song? That's like infinitely better than like, you know, some of the earlier dungeon themes. Is that it's got 2 verses, 2 choruses. Like, it's not just 1 verse and 1 chorus. It actually went to a second verse and then a second chorus had less instruments in it. Because it only just looped then, so yeah, it's actually a longer track, so it will actually, you know, not get as repetitive as quick. Oh, there's no jump button, so we can't get over there to go around. So this one, yep. Because I don't feel that fussed about even checking these as much, because the ones we got continue to just be the best ones we have. Like, literally, all the best ones attack-based are like are still equipped by the main party, you know? Oh, someone just... The reason why I've already got the trophy for getting to like rank 3 with 100 people, but the reason why I'm still making a push for it is that I discovered that you can access and activate side quests by messaging them on your phone. So if I just befriend as many people as I can just like, if there's a side quest I don't want to do, I can just click on the next name, because it's like 500 characters. I will get the quest, do 100 quests eventually, you know? Wait, what is it you're gonna do? I'll just do that. Oh, trophy unlocked. Collect over 300 stigmas. I'm already enjoying this dungeon way more than the fucking library from the last one. The aesthetic and the slight maze-like design of it's like doing it for me. It's nothing too special, but it makes a difference. Oh, a save point and a fancy door. Gee, I wonder if there's a mini-boss or something on the other side. Let me save. God, my total playtime is 18.5 hours already. Actually, I think it's more than that, because that was our last save. Yeah, 18 and 46. Oof. What was this? Out of the calendar months, tell me which one is 28 days. February. And all of them? There are 2 illustrations. Maybe we're supposed to pick the correct one. So if we get it right, the door will unlock. Jeez, I was expecting a lot more out of this, but this is too easy. The answer is... Wait a sec! Let me do it. I always wanted to do something like this, so can I? I have a bad feeling about this. What a coincidence! I had the same feeling. And even if it's Kotaro-senpai, he wouldn't get this wrong, would he? It's an elementary school level riddle. I mean, Kotaro-kun will probably disappoint you here, though. True, Kotaro-senpai can make even the seemingly impossible possible. No one has any fucking faith in this man. Don't take me for a fool. Even I know the answer to this. The answer is... Wait! February! No, the answer is all of them. It didn't say which day has exactly 28, it said which one has 28. Ow, 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 ow. It's a trapdoor. Amazing. I am the priest gardener who serves Ra Mew. Listen closely, children of Mew. Crap, this is the first room, run. You would do to blah 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 blah. It's like, no, we don't need to listen to the speech again. Oh, they actually dropped us back at the start? Jesus, that bitch. Alright. That man's not allowed to answer any riddles ever again. Like, they've tried to make like Katana like the whole he's just an idiot kind of like the joke character, but the thing is that they've made him such an idiot that like every single time he goes to say anything I go, oh fuck it, here we go, you know? Like, there's no subtlety, he's an idiot and everyone knows he is, and if there's a way to fuck something up he finds it. Oh, I genuinely like this song. I love the vibe this song's got. I'm kind of curious what the boss remix for it will be. Oh, okay, we're gonna shoot the crap out of you. Hey, Kensuke! You leveled up, you're not 25 anymore. That was so incredibly stupid, it was almost refreshing. I should have expected it from the man who can make the impossible impossible. Yeah, well, I can't get it wrong now, this time for sure. We said no! So go on, President. Oh, the calendar months tell me which one has 28 days. February! No, all of them. Let's keep going. Children of Mew. Whoa, what will it be this time? Heretics who worship Garfanophia are attempting to block the escape of the children of Mew. You mustn't let the heretics reach Ra Mew. Children of Mew capture the apostates and wear the symbols of Garfanophia. I have a bad feeling about this. Me too. Where are the heretics? There isn't much time. They're coming from behind us too. Look, it's a symbol of the heretics. Capture them. There'll be sacrifices to Ra Mew. Sacrifices? You're the bad ones. Stop it. Ugh. I was EG about to be playable. Oh Jesus, there's still people, EG! EG? What's going on? Oh. So this is the shape of my heart. I see. It all makes sense now. I'll have to sterilize. Those filthy hands. Talented with combos, uses a special whip to command the status of mid-ranged enemies. He's also skilled at attacking enemies in a wide radius, so use him if you need to take out hordes of enemies at once. I don't trust this bitch at all. I don't think I'm gonna use him. Oh, we have to. That's like the whip, increase the risk. Only when they're launched, smash the whip against the floor so hard the impact launches enemies. What? Whoa! You just pulled it off so easily like Otono did. Who are you exactly? I see. It makes sense. So it's that. Bibasaka-kun? Oh dear, I'm sorry. It's just too funny. Let's hurry along now. I'll pretend you're all on a big boat. Is he okay? He's all in on accuracy and crits. I don't like the weird like the blood grin on his face around the cane and whatnot. Like what? Man, I will grind DG off screen. I don't want to use him just because I don't trust him. Like, I'm sure he's great in the party and whatnot, and I shouldn't really be that fast. But he's like it's on principle alone. It's like nah. Look at that. Ugh. And Uzuru we've only just got. This is what I mean. You can go through here, and like everyone else is here. So you can go find them and then do their quest. And then, like I said, Fawn is that, and then Shonen we have to build. Shonen needs to grind up as well at some point off screen. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 and then. Oh! It's the fastest effect. It feels good. Congrats on your awakening. Thank you. Now I can fight with you all. I'm filled with power. Leave it to me. Is it really okay? How now, senpai? Isn't it a good thing we have more people who can fight? Whoa, what's back here? Oh, it's the back of this room! Aha, so this is how it is. This, like, outside bit with the fixed camera angle is giving me, like, Final Fantasy X vibes. Specifically, where it's, like, super far back and you're just running across. Okay, so this is over here. Shit. I only noticed it wasn't on auto again too late. So yeah, that enemy's fucked. I like the team we've got here. Is that close enough for the other enemy to join? Yes, it is. Oh, I need to deal with your barrier first then. Look at her go! Oh, we can just go straight up to your face and kick you in. Yeah, kick you in the snot. We don't even kick them, we knee them up. Like, we used. Oh, we missed! God fucking damn it! It's alright, we win anyway. Oh, that was for this. Oh, I was just fighting because it was in my way. Whoops. I can help you. It's okay. We'll get you out of there. It's okay. We'll find a way. You'll... Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Will you, like, clip out if I run away? Oh, there she is. I know you're shy, but holy shit, you don't have to come one with the wall. What are you up to? Oh, you're just gonna do that again. Because we have all these... That's something I hope the sequel addresses as well. There's a lot of little things I hope the sequel cleans up. And one of them is, most of your skills feel like they don't matter that much. Like, of your base moveset that we have, Dual Trigger just does the damage, so what else matters? Vintage Strike, you just use it when they're shooting, kick them up. Disruption Trigger, you just use it when they're rushing, shoot them up. Shadow Pierce, you only use them when they shield. These skills is just, hey, less damage but more hits. Okay, I'll just use Dual Trigger then. Hey, does more damage if they're in the air. Well, I've got teammates for that. Hey, will do more damage if they're risk 4. Well, they're usually dead by then. On enemies with risk 5 or higher, execute a relentless combo. Okay, they usually are dead before they reach that. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, like, okay, that's all cool and all, but why? Move strike, then retreat with an arrow. Pew pew, get in there! I love some of the skill names though, I'll give them that. But you know what I mean, some of it feels like not all the tools in your arsenal mean things. Like, you don't need to use everything. And equally, having a game that makes you use absolutely everything can be tiring in its own way, but it should still feel like every option matters, and that's not what this game really has. It feels like there's just like a set group of options you're always going to default to, and everything else is just everything else. Oh, and I hope in the sequel they actually expand the mechanic into a proper rock, paper, scissors, not just when two opposites meet, whichever one hits first. It's not. There's no third thing. It's literally just shoot or rush, and you just use the opposite and make sure yours hits first, and you'll win the conflict. No, we were talking about Pokemon earlier. There's a reason why Pokemon works so well with its 18 like versions, rock, paper, scissors, because basically what it is, each type is better than some and worse than others, and you have to figure out which one's which. That's one of the things that always endears me back to Pokemon. And every time I feel like I'm not that into the series anymore, or I'm not that vibing with it, it's the like the maths of having to make your team together and be like, okay, this could work well with this covers this weakness. You're not necessarily being competitive about it, but just, you know, kind of paying attention to what you build and what teams you end up with. That's fun to me, especially in the harder Pokemon games, which I know like are few and far between now. Most of them are actually pretty manageable. But like trying to make the ultimate team together to like stand a chance against, oh, I mean, like Cynthia in like 4th gen, like that was not something you could just do. Or like setting up a team to just fucking find a way to get past that Metagross in Gen 3. You get to the end of fucking Steven Stone, it's like, hey, have you ever met a Metagross? Hey, do you think steel types are weak? Well, I'm gonna fucking show you. That was one of the things I actually complimented of Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby. They actually did a pretty good job making Steven Stone pretty fucking intimidating for a final boss again because of that mega evolution. Especially on the second run. Because, you know, the Elite Four and Champion get stronger on your if you challenge them again. The second run Metagross is genuinely a really tough fight to take down unless you've got a good moveset, because the thing's so fast. Like, you need to either have a way to just kind of nullify the weaknesses it's going to try and capitalize on, or you just gotta be quicker and hope you hit it with something strong enough to take it down. Oh, so that's the way, one of the ways to go, got it. For, like, different reasons to the library, though. The library, nothing stood out, so I used the map at all times, because I just had no clue where I was actually supposed to be going. In this, though, it's because it's an actual maze, and so it's actually helpful. Like, one of them is just because there was nothing interesting. This one is because it's a maze, so I need to pay more attention. Where does this lead to, anyway? And like I say, like, get used to this, like, having the map overlay. Because if I ever play Final Fantasy XII, I'm never taking the overlay off. I genuinely love games that do map overlay like this. That allows you, so you don't have to stop and bring up the menu, because I like checking the map often. Okay, so this is something later then. There's no loot down here, it's just like a few dead ends and then you can carry on. Okay, so yeah, there's probably gonna be a plot thing we come back. Final Fantasy XII's overlay is like, it was genuinely like the reason why I started loving these kind of map overlays. That Rise Fair. No, I don't want to have to keep on bringing up the menu to do the map. It's something I wish you could do in, like, most Metroidvanias. Like, have the entire map, like, overlay the screen. Because I check the map so fucking much in Metroidvanias, I never remember, like, the exact locations of things offhand. Speaking of Metroidvanias, I do want to cover Axiom Verge 2 at some point soonish. It's just I'm on the cooldown still a little from Axiom Verge 1. I did 100% that game off screen. I haven't platinumed it yet because I just burnt out. But yeah, that's kind of why I haven't got to it. Trying to 100% as in like find everything in Axiom Verge is an extremely long-winded and exhausting fucking process. Because it's so overly goddamn elaborate with everything. So when I actually got 100% and was all good to go, I was like, you know what, I'll get the rest later, because I was just so burnt out. But because I'm kind of burnt out with it, I'm in no, like, immediate rush to play the sequel. I know the sequel, from what I've been told, is, like, way better. A few people found that some of the changes they made they ended up being slightly controversial, as in like whether people like them or not. But as a whole, it's a more enjoyable and more polished game, so I'm like, alright. Alright, another one. Don't do anything. Let's leave this one to the president. Fine, I won't get it wrong this time. President, do what you can! It says, I have keys but no doors. I am space but no rooms. I allow you to enter, but you can never leave. What am I? It's a keyboard, a music box, and the other one is... It's a tomb. Go on, President. President, please get it this time. I have keys but no doors, I have space but no rooms. I allow you to enter but you can never leave. What am I? Oh? You're all a bunch of idiots. Well, okay. Oh, that's down here. So this is your trap if you fuck up the puzzle. You get dropped down here. Got it. Alright, that's the last time I listened to them. So what do we think it is? Yeah, excuse me lads, I want to fight you again. Alright, let's try this again, but this time... Oh god, it is... Okay. I have keys but no doors. I am a space but no room. Oh, wait, is it a keyboard? God damn it. I thought that was too obvious. Let's go. Huh? That's wrong though. The answer is 2. Think about what's on a keyboard. That's what I thought. I knew that. Oh. Oh! Because I thought about it, but then I moved away from it because I thought that was too obvious. But I guess they're not supposed to be complicated, so I should just go with my gut a little more. You know what's gonna suck, actually, now I think about it? If I'm doing, like, the side quests, and, like, one of the random NPCs, I'm like, oh, where are you? I'll come find you. And they tell me they're somewhere in the Sun Temple. I'll be like, oh, God. You know, like, oh, yeah, let me just run through the maze to try and find you. 32 and 34. Oh, we can do that. I said I've mentioned before, like, you know, wanted to stream Final Fantasy 12 at some point, but that game is like astronomically long. I don't know when. Like it's been sitting on my mind more and more often recently that I want to go through FF12 again. And if I'm gonna go for it again, I might as well stream it through. Like, it won't be now because we won't have it finished by Rise of 3. Like, there's no way in hell it'll be done before Rise of 3. That game's so fucking long. But I do want to cover it at some point. I'm just like, it's just been sitting on my mind recently. I'm like, cause it's not even that. It's just there's so many like finer details of notes I'd have to get out, especially for the crystal dungeon. But the penultimate dungeon of the game, the gimmick of the crystal dungeon is that it's a maze that doesn't give you access to a map. And if you want the secret that's in there, which you're gonna want to get eventually. Oh damn it! I'll do one hit then. You have to do a way harder variant, and I mean way fucking harder variant. That has a lot of like backtracking. You have to press switches that open doors somewhere, but it doesn't tell you where they are, so you don't have to re-explore the maze. And so when I did my Let's Play of it, I mapped out every single floor, like manually, like getting a pen and paper, put everything in place as is, and then rewrote everything into a comprehensive guide. So on the video, I could literally just say, okay, take west exit, take north exit, press this switch, go south, south, west, south, south, right. You know, shit like that. If you want to get this secret, you need to detour and go this way, this way, this way, that way. Like, I did all of that shit. I still have the notes from that Let's Play, so it's like I'd have to break that out again. And I might actually try and defeat the Omega weapon in that game. Because I didn't in the Let's Play. I just said no. I said this Let's Play's already long enough, I'm not fucking doing it. Because you have to have a hyper-precise build. You need to be level 9, like, bare minimum. Like, level 99, sorry, bare minimum. You need to have, like, a hyper-precise, like, class build-up. Like, you have to have, like, very elite equipment. And then you need to have like a very almost cheating strategy to just kind of force your way through it. And I'm like, I'll pass. And what doesn't help is that it's so well hidden, the super boss, that if you don't know, you'll never find it. Because it's in that goddamn maze. But it's not just that it's in there, it's that it's only in there during the time you've accepted one specific side quest but have yet to do it. You're not going to know that one specific side quest, when it's activated, instead of turning it in, going all the way into this, like, bullshit, super annoying rut dungeon, is going to then hide the Omega weapon for you to fight. Most people's first encounter with Omega is in the Gauntlet. Because it's like the second to last, if not the last fight in the 100th floor Gauntlet mode. Which, and even then, it's not as hard as the one in the game. The version in the Gauntlet has reduced stats. Because they know you're not going to be able to really be able to build and prepare for it normally, so they just throw you a bone. And there's also things like that got, like, Yzmat. It's like, is Yzmat going to take an entire stream in of himself? Because if you don't know, Yzmat has something like 29 million HP, and it's like the longest boss, not only in Final Fantasy, but one of the longest bosses in JRPG history. If it wasn't for the speed up feature they added in the PS4 version, like, oh boy. That fight before the speed up feature was added, that fight was bare minimum 4 hours to beat. And that's bare minimum. If you didn't have like a perfect build up and setup and whatnot, you would have been there for like 6 to 8 hours. Because the damage in the original version... Firstly, the damage capped at 9,000 in the original release. Halfway through the fight, it gets double defense. And the multiplication of it makes it so it doesn't matter what your stats are, you will do at maximum 6,999 damage instead. So you just straight up just lose 3k of damage per hit, and it has 28 or 29 million fucking health. And you couldn't speed it up, so you just had to watch every turn. And that's not including, oh, I don't know, healing. That's not including, you know, inflicting statuses that it will inflict on you. That's not including the fact that, you know, it has a special attack that has a unique animation that plays out, that will play a cutscene every time it does it, and it will use it every 3 minutes. And it's a full 20-second animation of you watching this stupid fucking thing do this attack. You know, that's not including maybe a teammate might accidentally fall over, and you've got 10 times to, you know, get them back up and in a battle. It is such a commitment fight. Fucking Amusement. The only saving grace, and it's a crazy saving grace, is that you can straight up leave the boss at any time, go to shops, restock on resources, and then return to the fight. The only thing you have to be careful of is that if you hang around the edge of the arena, the Amusement will cast regeneration on itself. So if you want to leave the arena and not lose progress, you need to go straight from him and just book it to the exit. Don't, like, hang around. Because if he casts regeneration, that regeneration will continue the entire time you're backtracking, shopping, and coming back. So by the time you actually get back to the fight, you would have lost a lot of progress. Oh, some temple 3rd floor. Let me see what level that code is. That one? The one in the Sun Temple on 91? Yeah, we won't. We won't. We'll come back. I said, technically, it's not even. Amusement doesn't have the highest health in Final Fantasy on technicality. If you count all the phases of Almighty Buenavelt only on hard mode, technically he has more. But the difference is, in that game, you do 99,999 damage per fucking strike, and you hit like 6 times per second. Whilst Amusement is a traditional Final Fantasy. Where everyone has to, even though it's like, it's not turn-based in that sense, it's, like every skill has a cooldown timer instead. It's still got that kind of style to it. The only thing that makes it a bit easier, and if you ever go for Amusement and you want the trophy or whatever, I highly recommend, look up a guide and track down all the cripple skills. It can be affected by all of the crippling skills. Which you don't know what I'm talking about. You can, for the rest of a fight, there are 4 like skills that for the rest of a fight will permanently lower their stats, and it caps 10 after 10 uses. Get all 4 of them so you can lower Amusement's attack, defense, magic attack, and magic defense basically by 10 levels. Because that makes the whole fight so much more controllable. It makes the entire thing so much more manageable. When I did my Let's Play, I managed to get the whole thing in literally 1 hour. And that was because I was running the game at 4 times speed anyway, so keep in mind, once again, 4 times speed, it would have been over 4 hours if I hadn't done that. And I immediately started the fight by using all of the cripple skills, because I hunted them down. The reason why I say hunted is because 2 of them are in dungeons, it makes sense. The other 2 are just randomly in the field, and it's like a set percentage chance of the chest that they will be in spawning every time you enter that area. So it's just a whole bunch of you entering that area. Is there a chest there? No. Leave, re-enter. Is there a chest there? No. Leave, re-enter until there's a chest. There's still more. This sucks. What's this? It's an odd question. Whoa, you're too close. Oh, excuse me. See, Kataru, that's how you handle it. That's how you handle it. That's how you be a decent human being. If they're like, whoa, you're too close, you go, oh, sorry, oh, excuse me, and then back up, that's all. You don't go, well, you gotta get used to me, and then get more up in their face. There was a widow who, at her husband's funeral, fell in love with his colleague. She killed her son on the very same night. Why? Hey, do you ever get the feeling that this is tied to the musician we're approaching's backstory? And the first two are just riddles, and this is just, hey. 1. Her son got in the way of her newfound love. 2. She'd see that man again at her son's funeral. What is this? Problem suddenly became very violent. Is there a right answer to this? These are just motives, and only the culprit would know this. Either way, we have to answer it and move on. I'll leave it to you, President. There was a widow who, at her husband's funeral, fell in love with his colleague. She killed her son that same night. Why? Fuck. She'd see that man again at her son's funeral? Oh, we're quite alike. I think the same. We're not alike, E.G. Is that right? It looks like it. Nothing happened. Alright, everyone. We have no other choice. Let's go. I think that's to do more of the backstory of who we're approaching. Call it a hunch. Save again. Maybe she had a little... If she at any point, this musician with Kusanashi, if she at any point brings up having a brother, we'll know. Oh, is this approaching the boss now? Rule of 3. We did 3 questions. Okay, this fight's gonna be over in like a heartbeat. Yep. But in saying that, I have absolutely nothing to go off it. It's more just hope and wishful thinking than anything else. I'm still waiting to see if Square will do anything with the 13 trilogy. Because like I said, the only reason I think they might do something with that trilogy and put it in modern consoles is because once Pixel remasters come to console, 13 is the only Final Fantasy not on modern platforms. 1 through 6 through the Pixel remasters, 7, 8, and 9 are all on PSN. 10, 10.2 got HD remastered, 12 got a HD remaster, 15's naturally on PS4. You know what I mean? Like, it's 13 stands out. Like 11 and 14 are the MMOs, but in terms of like the actual like single player game sort of thing, and the whole time it's like that, I just can't shake the feeling that it's like Square aren't gonna skip the opportunity to have the entire franchise under one umbrella, are they? The last time the whole franchise was under one umbrella, I think, was the PS1. Because the PS1 had the Origin collection. Actually, no, I take that back, because that didn't have Final Fantasy 3. That only had 1 and 2. And then Anthology had 4 and 5 if you were in Europe, or 5 and 6 if you were in America. And then Final Fantasy 6 was a separate purchase. But it was also got ported to PS1. So it was since PS1 almost. Then that means the last time the whole series was under one roof was the Vita. And even then, that was only as far as 10. That was all the 10 Final Fantasy. So no, I think every single Final Fantasy then would be, well, up the fucking SNES? Like, come on, you know, you're really gonna pass up this opportunity to have it all together like this? Especially because it's, you know, with 16 approaching, now's as good a time as any. And it's not just because I missed the 13 games. Like, I do think it makes logical sense as a publishing company. If you've got an opportunity to have all of the same franchise on one platform to make it more accessible, wouldn't you take it? I can't imagine it being that hard to remaster the PS3 and 360 title. Considering, I think all of the 13 trilogy on Steam now, so they could use the Steam version as the basis for their ports for consoles. Actually, I say that, I think they are under all on one umbrella on Steam. I think. I don't know if there's like if 13 LR ever came to PC. I know 13 1 and 2 did, but I don't know if LR ever did. And I don't know if 12 ever did. Or the 10 remasters, actually, now I think about it. They might have. If that's the case, then maybe that does it, because obviously they got Final Fantasy 15 Windows Edition later on. And I would say Xbox or Switch could also be the place that houses it all. But Sony and Square have a deal with each other that like modern Final Fantasies don't come to Xbox. And there's no way in hell you're going to convince me the Switch would be able to handle Final Fantasy 16. It couldn't even handle 15, for goodness sake. They had to make a different version of the game just so they could have that on Switch, the fucking Pocket Edition. I've never actually played Pocket Edition. If I ever cover 15, I might actually use that as an opportunity to finally try it out. I like how that other enemy is actually like on the edge of the arena, but it's just not quite close enough to actually be involved in the fight. Okay, we're just gonna shoot the shit out of you then. But it'd be just my luck now I say this, be like, hey, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna release it, and they're either gonna say fucking March, like shadow drop it, or they'll say like late June or early July. You know, when there's other games I'm looking forward to coming out. That would be my luck. I'm still waiting for like a one random enemy blocking a chest to be like super high level, because that seems to happen in every dungeon. There's just one chest where we just go up to them and we go, oh no thank you, because they're like 20 levels higher than us. That's yet to happen in this dungeon. It's actually been very reasonable all the way through it. And I mean that in difficulty as well. I felt like we've been super over leveled for most of the game, yet most of the enemies here are like they're only like a couple levels under us. Which for like the basic enemies, yeah, that makes sense. It's the mini bosses and bosses that should be same level or higher. Oh, you're just gonna counter burst and I'll just shoot you then. Oh, I have to go that way around. But I want to get to know this character. Like, after that. Sorry, I know I'm going back onto this topic. But after that last question, so I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, I want to get to know this character. Like, I can't wait until we get to the musicians section next, and get to play as Lucid again and try and get to know her after all this. 'Cause it's just like, I'm really curious. Like, she wears that mask. Why does she wear a mask? What was with that question? What's that got to do with her? Like, did something like that actually happen with her? Or is it metaphorical sort of thing, or something that happened in her life? Or symbolic or something? why the lyrics of this song, I don't know the what for the words sort of thing, but the singer sounds almost desperate as she sings it, like, because all the songs are supposed to like have some kind of representation of the person you're after. I don't know, I have a lot of questions and I'm kind of curious about this character. And we've yet to actually see her face. I said it sounded like when she was talking that she's wearing a mask of some kind. Well, I'm expecting her to show up like she's got like a World War II gas mask or something. She probably doesn't, it's probably not that extreme, but you know what I mean. But she's not like the lost child from like Doctor Who. I make way too many Doctor Who references for someone who like doesn't watch that much anymore. Questionable. I do believe the direction of the songs themselves are fantastic. Yeah, I'm in complete agreement. Some of these songs aren't implemented into the game the best and could be done. Could be done better. Sorry. I don't know why I can't speak to that. I actually slept all right last night. I think it was just like not even getting up early, but like just getting up to have to, you know, like sort out builds and whatnot. Oh, whilst I am working through this, we can talk about the Metal Gear Rising anniversary event that happened this morning, what it actually was. Because it was only Platinum that announced it, as much as we were hopeful for like remasters and whatnot, we all kind of knew it probably wouldn't be, because otherwise Konami would have advertised it as well. But it was actually pretty cute. Like, they basically had like interviews with like most of the team that was involved at the time, which was really nice. They got the composer in and did like a big interview with him, and then they had a lot of the team basically do new artwork for Metal Gear Rising, like celebratory artwork for it, and then just finished it off saying like, if we ever get the opportunity to do anything with it again, we would love to. So they basically kind of throw the ball in Konami's court a little bit and just say, hey, if you ever want us to do something with Metal Gear Rising again, let us know. So it was actually kind of like a humble, sweet little event. And they even talked about, like, in the interview sort of thing, about, like, basically the second win the game got. It was like, it was successful, they moved on to other things, and then suddenly a few years later, suddenly everyone was talking about it again, whether it was through memes or just people genuinely enjoying the game. And then it was really, like, humbling to see just how much longevity the games ended up having. And the fact that, like, 10 years later, people were still talking about it. And the fact that they managed to reach out to the original composer, and even though he was like, hey, if they give me another opportunity to do this again, I'd love to. I'm like, man, Konami don't realize how much of like a golden chance they have here. They could have the Rules of Nature man do another fucking song for this. In fact, my main gripe with this game's sound design is not even a song choice. So yeah, I'm not a fan of it. It's rather some of the dungeons just don't do it justice. Yeah. Thankfully, like I said, early game, some of the tracks in this game weren't that great. I thought, like, that first dungeon theme, the school theme, is so goddamn repetitive. I don't hate it, but it doesn't change the fact it's very repetitive. The Sweet Peas theme was kind of, But all the themes since then have been really enjoyable. The problem is that most of them, like, the library theme did not fucking fit the library at all. You know? I want to go get that chest, so I'm going to go back around quick. Ah, of course you saw me. And it's a shame, because a lot of these tracks, to be honest, once I'm done with the game, I'd probably put on my phone. You know, I'll probably put on my playlist. A similar argument, though. Oh, right, yeah, but that's... Also, time's passed. I'm not even at the end of that dungeon I started agreeing with you. Yeah, because the library... The thing is, admittedly, and I know I'm a bit of a hypocrite with this, I didn't mind the song the whole time I didn't mind the dungeon. The moment this dungeon started to degrade on me, everything surrounding it also started to degrade on me. Like, if I'm being honest, like the library was like the worst dungeon in the game so far. That dungeon was just not fun to me, it was just pretty fucking boring. and so everything about it started to feel a little less and a little more and whatnot about it. So as it went on, yeah, like I was just kind of I got more negative towards it, and it was the same with the school theme. I didn't find the school theme too bad in its repetition at first, but you're in the school for like 5 hours straight. It feels like. Yeah, nice we validate. Because I know, like with the school, like I know you kind of got tired of that theme a lot quicker than I did. Like I didn't mind it, even if it was just one verse and one chorus. But by the end of that dungeon, because it was like 4 hours straight of it, yeah, I was a little bit more worn down by it. I'm not worn down at this track yet. I'm actually enjoying this one a lot more. I think ignoring the Overdose extra tracks, which is, you know, like the Lucid theme and that new boss theme, the soundtrack has got better as it's gone on. Like, I think this is my favourite track so far, like ignoring the Overdose stuff. I am kind of curious, like, will this same rule apply all the way to like the final boss? Will like the final boss just be like, you know, the extended version of the final dungeon theme? Or will it be a unique theme? Or will it be a remix? Or, you know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of curious like how far they'll stick to this gimmick when it comes to like late game. I'm also curious who the final boss will be. I know that the final dungeon of the game is different, depending on who you agree with at the end. That I know for a fact, but I don't know where it leads to beyond that. Which is why, like I said, it ends up being 2 playthroughs. Because you have to get the... if you agree with the musicians and betray the Go Home Club, you do a different final dungeon. Whilst if you go for the normal ending or the golden ending, which is, like I said, normal ending is just stick to the Go Home Club. Golden ending is play both sides and befriend everyone. And then do the Go Home Club agreement. If, like those 2 final dungeons, I'm curious what those final bosses would be, I'm curious what those dungeon themes would be, sort of thing. I'm curious how it all come together. And then eventually, because it won't be straight away, because this game is kind of long. At least it feels like it's kind of long. I won't immediately dive into the sequel, but I'll be interested to see what the sequel does different. Hang on, I've got a message to respond to. There we are. Alright, now we've picked up like a shit ton of new things. Do you think like any of them are going to be better than what we have, like at all? Oh, we got a couple decent things. Sure. Alright, let's get back around there. What level are we all now, by the way? 37, 35, 35, 34. Okay. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I should actually check you're not gonna shield up first. Damn it, I need to get back to over-leveling the enemies, god damn it. I've missed being able to just run past them without caring. That's what I did, to be fair, that's probably why I'm not over-leveled for this dungeon, because that's what I did for most of the library in the end, because I got so tired of it. Because it was just so fucking... But speaking of like in terms of like bigger projects that I want to do, like post Riser 3 sort of thing, I've been trying to think about that more. I do want to, before the end of this year, other than FF16 when that comes out in June, do a Final Fantasy game this year. Oh, I went the wrong bloody way. Just which one. Like, if I wait for the Pixel remasters, I might do 4, because that was like my favourite one, and the first one I played, which is probably why it's my favourite. But I could do 6, because 6 is iconic in a lot of ways. I could do the original, because the original's kind of short once you know what you're doing. I'd probably have a guide on... If I cover 1, 3, 5, or second half of 6, the first half of 6 is fine. I'll probably have a guide on standby, just as a heads up. Well, I know where I'm going and what I'm doing, it's just more for like... I don't remember where the Rat's Tail is in Final Fantasy 1 offhand, so I'd probably like, unless I stumble into it, I'd probably look up a guide so we can get that upgrade. Especially if you can, because you can get it kind of early if you know where you're going. Or like in FF3, I don't remember where every single goddamn summon is. Because there's a fair amount of them, and I don't remember where they all are. And in FF6, the obvious one is like in the World of Ruin, the second half. If you've never played it, in the second half of the game, the entire party gets separated. And at any point, you can go straight to the final dungeon with just the party members you found. Or you can try and get... Sorry, I was looking at text as well. Or you can try and, you know, get everyone together. And then there's also like 2 or 3 extra optional dungeons on top of that you can go do that don't lead to people but lead to good rewards. I'd want to cover all that. And there's also 7 dragons floating around that are in old dungeons. And that's a lot of work to hunt down where they are, because some of them are just like, oh, they're just randomly to the side in this strange cave. One of them's in the fucking Phoenix Cave, so, you know, get fucked if you're trying to find it legitimately, because screw the Phoenix Cave. You have to work so goddamn hard just to get locked back in your party, and the Phoenix Cave is like the last obstacle to get in. No, fuck that. And I don't remember the layout of Kefka's Tower, like, at all. And like in FF5, that game's the hardest game in the series. That's just by default, I'm keeping a guide with me for that. You know? That's just by default, I'm making sure I can stay on top of it. Excuse me, level 36. I have no qualms with you. Did we check where this leads down to? Hang on. Oh, we haven't been up here. There's another exclamation point. I've got to respond to Mother. Because one of these is where the plot demands. One of these is going to be the Arya and Mew have a small heart-to-heart scene. Because we haven't had that yet for this dungeon. I don't think the heart-to-hearts actually mean anything outside of just like... I don't think they affect the endings or anything, it's just like something extra to see. Oh, are these masks, are these like face things telling you which way is the right way to go? Okay, no, never mind. That was like, that argument was defeated immediately. I'm skipping enemies because I just want to see if we're approaching a boss or if we're approaching a secret scene. It'd be quicker to go back downstairs and check. And then we'll come back through here properly later, because it seems a bit big. Whilst downstairs, it was like right there, so it'd be a lot quicker for us to check. If it leads to like another like switch, where you have to solve a riddle sort of thing, then we know that's the right way and we'll turn the other way. And go back up here. So we'll do a little bit of back and forthing, but oh well, it'll be worth it. Because that looks like it's going to be another switch room over there, doesn't it? Let's just head over there and find out. If it is another riddle, then we know that's the right way to go and we'll go the other way. In the next game, they need to correct that posing thing. When an enemy's launched and they die before they touch the ground and the characters are just stuck staring at the ceiling. Because it looks so fucking stupid. Oh, it's a dead end. You have to go that way. Oh, okay. It was worth coming back then. There's loot. Of course I missed my kick. And of course he then immediately puts up a guard and wastes earth. One's world party is functioning online multiplayer. My guy, you need to get on WMD. I would play WMD with you. I want to get a squad together to do WMD. I love that game. No, not. That's still technically the most recent one of 2D Worms. One's played as a goat, yeah. I've played the original Armageddon, the first 3D one, all the ones that are on 360, and then there was that 2.5D one that had like weird physics. But then afterwards, it was an anniversary title, they made WMD, and because it was an anniversary title, they made it like 2D old school art style, just with a modern touch, and it has everything. And it's just the one I go to anytime I'm going to play it. I'd have to reorganize my, actually I should fight that boss and get this chest. I'd have to reorganize my rule playlist for custom playlists. Because I try and make it so it's fair. Like, I make it so if you get the crafting resources and you make something crazy and, like, busted, sure. But I'm not gonna... I'd make it in the rules, like the custom rules, that you don't just, you know, have Armageddon available to you. Then you don't just have the UFO laser available to you, because they just end the game too quickly, it takes out any of the fun. Battlegrounds, Rumble, Armageddon, World Party, and WMD. Awesome. I don't know when, but I'd absolutely be down to play WMD with you, dude. I fucking love that game. I'd want to get a full squad together then, because just one, like, me v you, like, there's only so much you can do, you know? Like, I'd want to try and get, like, a squad together of, like, at least, like, another person on top. So I'd have to see who I can get in touch with, maybe, or something. I'd have to figure it out. So I know my good friend Callum is he doesn't stream as much because he's just busy with life and whatnot, but he has been streaming on and off recently-ish as well. So I might reach out to him and see if he's interested. All right, one man. All right. I used to be pretty good at worms. I say that I would win pretty often, but I'd never go out of my way to be, like, super competitive. If I have the opportunity of doing something that will make me win, or doing something funny, I take the latter every time. Because that's why I play worms, to laugh. To do bonkers bullshit. The opportunity. Yeah, that's a little secret just for anyone else who hops in chat to read, I suppose. I'm not reading it out loud, you can't make me. Both. No, for me, I am, like, absolutely... If the victory's right there in front of me, but I can do something absolutely fucking... I know will be funny, but it will probably cost me the game, well, we're gonna have a laugh. You know, I'm that person. I will always go for the bit over the victory. It's the same, like, when I play, Among Us. If I can do something that will make people laugh, instead of, you know, just trying to win, I'll go for the funny. But I'm like that with most multiplayer games. It's very rare that I actually, like, I go into a multiplayer thing and take it competitively. Like, I almost never go in wanting to win. I go in wanting to fuck around. If it's a team game, I'll pay a little bit more attention, because then I'm like, no, my fuck arounding will actually detriment people who want to actually do want to win. But if it's a free-for-all of any kind, nah. Like, nah, let me just go crazy. Let me do what I want. It was dangerous anytime I used to play Halo. Halo is like the epitome of tempting me to do the funny thing instead of the win thing. Any Halo game. Like, that series is so, like, dangerous for my sense of humor, because I just thought that game is so fucking funny if you mess around. It's why custom games was like such a blessing for that series, because suddenly it's not only just funny to fuck around, you can actually help make it so it encourages more of the dumb shit. So seriously. Yeah, if I'm playing it in team, I'll take it more seriously, because like I said, I feel like I'm letting the people, I'll let other people down if they don't play well. And I can say in good confidence that I'm pretty decent at Halo. I'm not a competitive master, but I'm usually on the higher end of the leaderboard, regardless of whether we win or lose, you know? Like, I'm not, like, dominating every single match or carrying or any of that shit, but I'll probably be positive KD, regardless of the match sort of thing. But I'm not, like, masterclass. Use Forge to mess. Now, I only use Forge to build maps, honestly. If you do Forge online with, like, friends and whatnot, I always just left my friends to their own devices and built my own stuff. It used to annoy me when I'm trying to build something and someone would come over and I'm like, no, let me fucking build. I know I was, like, especially when I was a kid, I was just as bad, though, with that. But as an adult, I'm like, no, let me just build shit. Custom games, you know, once the Forge is set up, it's for the fun. You know? Like, you can build your base, you can build your map, you can build whatever you're gonna build. It's when we set up the custom games afterwards is when the fun is there. That's why it's there. It used to really annoy me when I was a kid when I'm trying to build something and someone would just, one of my mates just to fuck around would come over with a kill ball and I'm like, I fucking hate you. You know? If they ever, and this is a huge if because I don't think Microsoft ever will, if they ever allow streaming to YouTube, because you can stream to Twitch on Microsoft system like from the built-in thing, but it's not YouTube because you know that's Google, that's not Microsoft. Yeah, they wanted you to stream on Mixer before that died. If they ever actually incorporate it, though, I would absolutely do a Halo stream. In fact, I'd probably make that the excuse for me to buy a Series X, so I could stream it at the best quality. And I'd absolutely do some Master Chief Collection streams. Probably not many Infinite streams because I play because the multiplayer's free, so I have played it. It was super fun for a while, but when it burnt out, and like once I was done with it, I was done with it. What's MCC? I can fly off any day of the week and so I can laugh with. Yeah, same one, man. I fucking hated... What it is, I already have a negative relationship with Minecraft as is, because it was the only thing my friends wanted to play for years on end, when it came out on 360. It came out in like 2012, so we was 12, 13, like me and my group of friends. It was all they ever wanted to play every single goddamn day, and it was for 3 years goddamn straight. And it wasn't just that. I was one of the more creative, like, people of our friend group, so I would make a bunch of fucking maps. And like for them to actually follow, and then they'd never follow any of the rules I made, and be like, oh, I can't wait to see what you make next week, and I'm like, I want to scream. And this was for 3.5 years. This only ended when I got a PS4 and boldly, because I got a PS4 first of all my friends, because I was the first one on next gen, I was like, I am not buying this game again. I still ended up with it, but I got it for free, so I didn't care at that point, but I was like, I am not buying this game again. I was so, like, done with Minecraft. Anytime anyone says, hey, do you want to play Minecraft together, I say no. I will only play it if it's of my own volition for myself for like an hour, and then I'm done, because it's left such like a radically negative effects on my body, the amount I had to play it against my will for years, just to please my friends, so we had something to do every day because they were so ugh. That was years ago though. That's it. We were dumb kids, but I was so fucking sick of that game by the time I got to PS4, I never wanted to play that game ever again. And it took a very long time for me to even remotely find any enjoyment with it again. And so even now, like, I don't care for the game at all. Like, if I play it, I'll play it for me for like an hour, mess around, and the moment I get the slightest like hint of, alright, I'm not feeling it, I leave. Because I know that's a strong like negative dissent that will like ruin me very quickly after. And it used to be the same thing. We had a collective server joined together, and my house got lavaed like more than once, just for like just because they thought it was funny. And I hate that shit. It's like, no, it's just, if you're gonna play online together, make it a collective community for goodness sake. Because otherwise, because you just lose the will to want to do anything correct and creative. Admittedly, my houses were god-awful. They were just like wooden boxes, basically. So they weren't that hard to rebuild, but at the same time, it still wasn't, you know, it was still really annoying every single goddamn time. I was like, well, I can't build a house anywhere else because there's a city block and everywhere has a purpose and all my friends have their place. So I've got to clear out all this lava, I've got to get my diamond pickaxe for all the fucking obsidian, I have to now replace all the wood. I did have one friend that would feel kind of bad each time it happened though, and it actually helped me out a little bit, so that was something, but it was still annoying. The only time they dicked with me in a way that was actually, like, I actually could just see the funny side of, and I was like, yeah, alright, whatever. It was actually on the PS4 way later. Because of my... Yeah, I'd love to... Yeah, I did see your previous message, but I was too busy talking about my, I was too busy, going on. But the rebuilding, the Hagia Sophia. That would be sick. But it was like, when we played the game on PS4, because of like the PTSD basically, that's just not the joke. I mean, it's a joke. I don't mean that serious. Of it, like, I would have just said no if I genuinely hated playing with them. I just hated the game, but I still wanted to like chat with them and whatnot. But they built their house and built a little community. I didn't build my house anywhere near it. I went so fucking far away. Like, I was like, there was 2 mountains away and I built my house, and like everyone else was living in the city, and I was like far away, and I went, no, I'm not going anywhere near you fucks after last time. Like, and it was the funniest, like, it wasn't a troll, but it was actually really cleverly done. 3 of my friends together spent a whole overnight session, like they literally played all night long on a weekend, going around my house in the mountain, taking hyper-precise screenshots of every single detail, going inside every single detail, opening all my chests, screenshotting it, and then they literally disassembled my entire house, moved all the way to the town, and rebuilt it pixel perfectly. And I was like, that was the only time where I was like, they were kind of trolling because they said they wanted me like nearer to the rest of the town, and they knew I didn't want to go there. But I just had to laugh because I was like, you know what, that's a level of commitment. They literally did an all-nighter to do it that I couldn't even be mad. That was like the only time I wasn't annoyed. That was the only time I was like, yeah, alright. I was still a smidge annoyed because I wanted to be away from the town to avoid shenanigans, so they just shenaniganed my house all the way over there, but still. I remember like spawning in and I was just on a grassy field and getting really angry at them, and then they like, no, come back to the town, trust me, and then when I finally saw it, I was going, oh! Yeah, fair enough. Like, that's one of the few good memories I have of Minecraft, because I actually laughed. Yeah, a bit of actual protectiveness, yeah. Keep in mind, that was after, so like, we were like 16 or 17, so they absolutely had better things they could have done with their time. But even now, thinking about it, it's making me laugh, because I genuinely, like, it was one of the few things where I just kind of went, what the fuck? Like, it's not all bad. Like, even though the whole game as a whole I ended up hating it, I do have good memories. There are a lot of, like, dumb moments that I kind of think back on and just giggle at, because it's just dumb shit that made me laugh at the time. It's the same with, like, most Call of Duties. Most Call of Duties I don't care for anymore, but if I play online with friends, I tend to still have a really good time and have a lot of sweet memory. Yeah. I tend to still have, like, a lot of fun things that I then remember for ages afterwards. Especially because, like I said, we were all in college at the time. And, like, even if some of the, like, the personal shit that was going on at the time, just, like, they would reference it, or, like, they would say 1 or 2 things, and I'd just sit there and just start giggling to myself, because I fucking get it. I miss game nights, dude. I hate getting older. That was like the biggest loss of getting older, was game nights happening less often or just having less people involved. I miss when I was like 12 or 13 and there would be like 8 of us friends together in one session, and then we'd just be chatting on like the Xbox 360 parties. And just be fucking around, even like one big Halo session or like one big Minecraft session or whatnot. Because like, when I'm playing with other people, with like a lot of other people, it doesn't matter how much I don't like the game. I'll probably enjoy it a whole bunch anyway, because I'll just fuck around with my friends. My like negativity towards Minecraft is just that I build all these things like for like gimmick maps and whatnot. They wouldn't be that appreciated anyway, because we were all arrogant kids. I would feel like I could do better anyway, and so would be like really self-critical during the whole thing. And it was the fact that I would waste, like, you know, a lot of my spare time building them in the first place. It's why, like, there's a few games that, although I don't like them anymore, I never say never on. Minecraft's one of them. I don't care for the game anymore, but if there was the right group of people and the right amount of just kind of messing around sort of thing, I would probably entertain it again. Just not... I can't trust enough. If they're like, oh yeah, we'll see you again next week, like, that will, like, trigger some things in me. Like, it'd have to be, like, just when we're all in the mood sort of thing, or, like, an open server so people can just hop in whenever they want. If it was, like, the same day each week, I think it would just kind of awaken something in the back of my head that would make me not want to play it ever again. If I ever livestream Terraria, I have like a million stories from like when I was younger, like with friends when I was playing that. Because although like no one got into Terraria as much as me and my group of friends. Like, to such an extent, my nickname was Wiki, because I knew so much of the game down to the fundamentals that they stopped Googling any details when they wanted to know it. They just asked me. But I have so many memories of that game as well that are genuinely really positive. It's just I kind of burnt out of that game a little after 3.0 came out, because it started to like get really ludicrous. I kind of missed it when it was just do the mining, get yourself all, and work your way through the armors, fight the bosses, get the next set, rinse and repeat. After Wall of Flesh, you go into hard mode, and it opens up a bit there. Once you've done all the bosses, you could go, like, that was enough. But then after all the bosses, there was all the shit with the moon, and then there was all the Halloween events, and there was like, okay, Wiki. No, I'm not kidding. Up in, like, before 3.0, like when 2.4 was the newest version, my nickname was Wiki. With all my friends, when every time we played Terraria, because they never went online. They just asked me because they knew I would know. It was one of the few nicknames I actually liked. All the rest were usually insulting. No, so the only two nicknames I liked that I've got is Robu, which is why I've got it in the channel name, because I genuinely always like that nickname. Very few people call it to me, and it wasn't even something I pushed or anything. It was just an adorable name to tease you with. Yeah. It was just, it was like one particular girl I liked who always called me Robu. And then like a couple of my friends overheard it and they started calling me Robu, and I was like, you know what, sure, this is fine. But most people just call me Rob. The rest of my nicknames are usually, you know, because I went to an all-boys school at secondary school. So from 11 years old to 16 years old, it was only just kids with egos, because that's what all-boys schools are, that I got a lot of not-so-nice nicknames. That's pretty annoying. Shit. Yeah, the only reason I took Robu was because I liked the girl who gave me that nickname. So of course I was like, no, she could have called me anything and I probably would have nodded. But when a couple of friends overheard it, started trying to tease me with it, I just kind of embraced it. And it's just stuck ever since. It's really creepy again. You go to your apartment's balcony and make eye contact with a man that was stabbing a woman with a knife. The man points a finger at you. Why? He's counting the floors of which one you're on. He's inferring that you're next in line. He's arrogantly provoking you to come down. The answer is 2, right? Has to be 3. Why would an insane man do that, right? Oh god. So the first two are like cheeky little riddles, and the third one and fourth one is probably shit this character's gone through. Apartment balcony, you see make eye contact with a man that was stabbing a woman with a knife. He points at you, why? The answer is he's counting the floors of which one you're on. Alright, EG. Why? Let's go. Why did EG know that? That's kind of worrying. And I had a feeling it was probably that, the logical answer, but I'm like, ugh. Oh, it literally says in the corner, top floor, so this is the last floor. But I have to specify up till 2.4 of Terraria. When 3.0 came out, I know most things because I did try and get into it, but it started to get way more complicated. And everything after 3.0 started to get a bit much for me to keep up with, so I stopped trying. So like the whole base game, like I know what I'm aiming for, I know what I'm after. I'm the sort of person that will make the world like 6 times if I don't get the specific things I'm after. In hard mode, I know what I'm prioritizing, I know what I'm aiming for. It is getting added to the classic log. It's added like on the like 21st or 22nd, like today or tomorrow. I'm sure it is. Hang on. Yeah, PS Premium titles: Legend Dragoon, Wild Arms 2, Harvest Moon: Back to Nature, Destroy All Humans. And the February catalogue. And like all the memes, like people saying finally some good fucking food, when it's like Legends of Dragoon and Wild Arms 2. It's literally just launched in Japan, so it will be with us either during today or sometime early tomorrow, because of time zones. But it's literally just gone live in Japan. Like I've literally just seen a screenshot of someone like showing it off on the PlayStation Store. I imagine that's all it is. It might just be time zones. My thing is that I just want to see if it's because some premium titles don't actually require premium to get. Like, you can buy them standard. I want to see if it's a buy standard or if it's locked. Yeah, you can see my fix. Well, if it's on the premium list, it'll have a trophy list as well, won't it? So don't know if it'll have a platinum. It depends how many trophies it'll have, if they can fit enough room for it, but... This must be the last one. How are we supposed to answer this? It's subjective though, right? Do you regret your sin? Is that it? The Dragoon movement has been partially succeeded. Yeah. It's yes, right? Yes. If you committed a sin, it has to be yes. No. Yes. It's yes. It has to be no. Maybe a remake, but I'll take it. Yeah, fair. I got it. Yes. No. Wait, no, it's yes. Wait, it's no. Fucking... No. It's no. What's going on? I just answered what I thought would be right. What is this? Eiji Bibasaka. After hearing that answer, I can't let you return to the real world. Oh, is Eiji? The reason why Eiji knew is because he's the one that stabbed the woman. And he was counting the flaws. And is that why she's now, like, freaking out? Because he doesn't feel any regret. Do you know that person? What's going on? I don't know. Maybe it's someone from a rival company. No, I think you're crooked as shit. In the business world, it's eat or be eaten. I wouldn't know who has a grudge against me, or how it might have happened. Hello everyone, how have you been? Mew. Do you want to be happy with me? Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Seems that the live performance has started. Hey! Stop it, Birasaka, it's useless. What is this? Who do you think I am, huh? Telling you to let us out. Let us out, 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 let us out! It's hard to watch. Yeah, so it's like all you've done is scare some of the girls, Eiji. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Kidnapping? Really? Yes. When I was 8, it was the summer of cicadas were particularly noisy. Yeah, dude, it's just a song. My father was also a manager, but I was abducted by a man named Tadakaro that hated my father. I was trapped in a small room like this. No food or water. Oh, so oh, right, got it. That's why he freaked out. It was the confinement. Tadakaro threatened me with a knife and I can't believe he'd do that to a child. So yeah, that was like his, like... Okay, now it makes more sense. And then you were saved, right? Calm down, Kataru-senpai. We're here right now, so... Yes, the police followed Todekaro. He went to get the ransom, and I was found 72 hours later. No food or water for 3 days? That's terrible. You were just a child. Since then, I've been terrified of blood and small spaces. The moment I'm trapped, these horrible memories come back, and I don't blame you. Everyone, please forgive me for scaring the girls, just because I myself was scared. I'm the worst. It's alright, Birasaka-kin. Terrible thing happened to you, of course you'd lose control. I'm doing a guitar riff. Yeah, you know what it kind of really reminds me of? Like, you just started a sub-story in a Yakuza game. Just a little bit more menacing than that, though. Like, you just started a sub-story, but it's like a slightly more sinister one. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I got scared. You know, I didn't know anything. I mean, can you blame the girls for getting scared, though? You just, like, screaming your head off. I mean, I get, like I said, but neither side is to blame, but still. Well, your fault, Suzuna-chan. It's the kidnapper's fault, right, Naruko-senpai? Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. Were you even paying attention? Yeah, it's not your fault, E.G. You're the victim. Cheer up, Birasaka. If he appears again, I'll protect you. Thank you. Everyone. Meanwhile, seems like the live performance is over. We were so close to Mew. How unfortunate. I don't know why none of us at fucking all just said, hey, why don't we just, like, give a leg up and get some people over the wall? Mew! Then that means that person is... Kachush... Oh, yeah, she does wear a mask. It's like a spray paint mask, but not the whole face. Kuchinashi. She is? E.G. Birasaka. Well, she looks almost soulless. So you finally show yourself? Well, let's have a little chat then. Instead of trapping us here, it'd be much safer to return us to the real world. So, Mew? Just like you said, Kushinashi, it was this person. Hey, are you listening? So it's you. Mew, what in the... I had Mew look inside your soul just now. Look at her face. Look at those eyes. That's the eyes of someone who is exhausted and done with life, but really has got... There's like a deep rage in there. I understand now what you did, and why you so desperately want to get back to reality. And I'll never let you return to the real world. I kind of like her design though. Simple, but to the point. Shut up! Hey! Mew! Stop it! And since, yeah, PTSD seems to be a common theme of this dungeon, I bet there's a reason why she reacted like that to fire. Why are you doing this? Kushinashi and I, and fallen musicians, we just want everyone to be happy. That girl, she's hyperventilating. Make everyone happy. Grant our wishes. Yuji, stop. Stop, Birasaka. You're doing nothing but stomping all over my wishes. I'm stomping on wishes? That's right. Look at his iron cage. Would anyone wish to be in a place like this? No, I think Mew stood in front of her because it's not that Mew was missing it or not realizing. Mew's protecting her. She just got her behind her so she could try and calm herself down. It's just Mew is being, I guess, sharp enough to know that you don't turn away from the enemy even in a cage. So she's just keeping her behind her right now to try and keep her safer. Iwasaka, calm down. No, let us out of here. Let us out. If I do, you'll stop being mean to Kushinashi, and you won't cause trouble for the musicians? No. Don't. Yes, of course. I won't be mean to her. Not ever. Great point. Yeah, it can be seen either way. Alright. Yeah, Kushinashi does need help. She's freaking out. Thank you very much. I don't know if it's as much of thanks, but I'll let you choose the temperature. Yeah, no. I said calm down! You idiot, destroy Mew now, this is our chance! Run away! She's got tears in her eyes. Kushinashi? I'll never forgive you. He's supposed to be called a bad guy, pretty bad. Yeah, I told you, I've been sussing EG for forever. That guy's got problems. Go Hoklum. If you defend him, you're just as guilty as he is. There's no other choice than to do it. So now we get to listen to Kushinashi's proper theme. Yeah, EG has his own way of doing things. It's like, I think it's more like same goal but different way of getting about it. The problem is that EG's ways of going about it is kind of fucking dangerous for everyone. Because if you just kill Mew, you know, one of the two people ruling this world, what happens to everyone? Will it just end, or will it start having like devastating effects to everyone's like health, you know? This track is different. I like it. How many times are you gonna have passive obtuse mindset? Well, think. Yeah, alright. Fair point, well made. I am sorry if I go a bit OTT sometimes when we're talking. Oh, she gets interrupted immediately. Look, as soon as that starts, these two both get interrupted, so they need to be out of here. So I'm gonna have you barrier. That's how it's like. I need to try and get her out. Fuck. Ooh, okay, so it's actually better to have both of these two emergency barrier her. Yeah, both of them just guard it. Go with that with their views, that's why I'm so persistent. I like this remix. It's still, I can still hear, like, the chorus, it's still, like, her theme, but I like this fucking remix. Jesus, you sound like a fucking anime pro tag, one man. So I keep on shutting up because I'm just listening to the music. It's such a different track. Honest feelings, mate. Yeah, I get the honest feelings. It doesn't change the fact that's how you sound, dude. Okay, are they gonna rush for me if I try and push? Oh no, I can maybe interrupt. Okay. Turn out the song. God, this song! It's so weird. I like. I wonder, like how accurate is it for her, if that makes sense. Like, I want to know the lyrics. Because this girl's gone through a lot, that much is clear. And she seems to have like a personal vendetta for EG, so it's like, what's going on with her and EG? Oh god, it's got a solo as well, Jesus Christ. Oh, I think it's starting to loop. Okay, so that's a damn. I need to look it up. After the stream, maybe at the end of the stream, I need to look up what her theme is and what the boss mix is. Because it's listed, in each thing is listed as 2 separate tracks. You have the track, and then you have the boss variant remix. We should finish, yep. Trophy unlocked, the truth unseen. Oh Jesus, that sounded a bit guttural. You'll never forgive me? Then what do you want me to do? Say it! Hey! I've been meeting over to EJ. Well, what the fuck? Firstly, she's already been defeated. Secondly, don't just kick a woman on the ground. What the fuck? The song is different, it stands up. Yeah, I know what you mean. Fuck it, we should. Why aren't we over there, like diving on him yet? Go on, say it, say it. Please stop. There's something wrong with you. What the hell is your problem? Do you really want others to go through something terrible just because you experience the same thing? Oh, you good-for-nothings. Why are you trying to stop me? This is our only chance to get back to the real world. Why? Are you okay? Don't touch me! You think I'll let her get away? I'd like to see you try, I'll kill you. You bitch! Fuck yeah, that's me saying, alright, fucking enough! Get it together, Buakua. President? Fine. I'll forgive you. I also got too worked up. But if you're not going to destroy Mobius, there's nothing else but to destroy Mew. If we keep at this rate, we'll never make any progress. Fucking, we need to do something about EG. Fucking hell. Like, oh. But at the same time, compliment where it's due, Kotaro was the first one to step in to stop EG from acting when Mew was still there. What is it this time? Please, enough. You didn't go insane too. Did you, Kotaro-senpai? Well, I guess you're always like that. It's all too awkward. Forget about that. You're acting like nothing happened. That's true. Kotaro-kun is right. We'll all disintegrate at this rate. That's true. Sure, everyone's going through a lot, but we're all part of the same club. Am I included in that? What are you saying, Naruko? Of course you are. Got it, everyone? Yes. From the bottom of my heart, I don't care. Agreed. You guys? Okay. Yes. Sorry about everything. Alright, and that's that. We're all good? A person like Kotaro-senpai really comes in handy at times like these. Yes, alright. What should we do now? Looks like they're going to hold an event at the aquarium next. Oh, we're going to an aquarium next. Really? They said they saw Mew. We should go too. Yeah, let's go. President, did you hear that? And that's what they call being at the right place at the right time. Oh. I guess some people don't think that. Let's go, senpai. Oh, we just go straight there, huh? Oh, okay. Oh no, never mind. For a second I thought it was just gonna be us strolling in, but no, it's the... Meanwhile! Hey, Fawn, is Mobius really benefiting those inside it? Mobius is the last hope of these poor souls who have no place in the real world. We're doing the right thing. But shouldn't we allow those who want to leave to be able to do so? One little crack would lead to a major collapse. If the number of people who are suspicious of Mobius increase due to the Go Home Club, we'll be unable to maintain it. Leave the Go Home Club to us. You focus on cheering everyone up. Meanwhile, the next villain... Oh, Jesus. Oh, she's one of them, huh? She's one of them, huh? Got it. Hey, wait a second. Is it true that both Sweet Pea and Shonen Doll were defeated? Yes, it is. Those two are useless. Your hair's clipping through your coat. Returning to the real world is simply ridiculous. Mew, Fawn. Have you two prepared what I requested the other day? Yes, the bait needed to lure the Go Home Club, correct. Oh. Hey, who the hell are you guys? So this is him. Yeah, that definitely looks like the man I saw when I looked into Kotono's heart. Please don't do anything terrible to him. Oh, stop being so soft, Mew. I don't like that she's like licking her fingers. Don't you want everyone to be happy? So immaculate it overcomes object permanence, yeah. I didn't even notice the lion head on her like cloak. Like, I noticed it on the model, and then I noticed it on the sprite on the side. Like, holy shit, that's actually kind of cool. Like, the actual artwork sprite on the side, look at the lion that takes up the whole side of it. That's like, oh, that's actually kind of sick. Yeah, I do, but... Anticipation. I know it's going to come across horny, but I assure you I don't mean it like that. I've never licked my own fingers. And I'll leave it at that. I don't see the appeal, personally. I don't do it. So we literally just, like, been taken straight to the next dungeon? Or is this just outside the dungeon we were just in? Like, if I go... Yeah, aquarium. So we do just go straight to the aquarium, huh? Tingerback's great, yeah. I am curious. Do we think... once we reach the bottom of the list, that's it for the locations? Or do you think it will keep scrolling? But there's something else waiting for us in the room, so we'll go check that. We need to go have like a strong word with EG. Is over. Yeah, no worries, dude. Oh, well, it's almost like the game heard me. We need to go have a strong word with EG. The respawn map is cool. Yeah, I like it. This game, like, I know, like, it took inspiration from Persona, and although predominantly its inspiration is supposed to be, like, P5, because it came out 2 years after it, I honestly get more, like, P3 and P4 vibes from it. Like, in terms of, like, budget and world structure. Like, it doesn't feel, like, as explosive as, like, 5 was trying to be. Yeah. Hey, President. I'm sorry I made such a scene at that attraction. You're talking about the Sun Temple at Sea Paraiso? Well, fair enough. Yes, that's it. It's a pathetic story, but I can't help it when I'm being trapped. It's alright, EG. Everyone has a couple of things that they don't like. It just happened to be a trap that pinpointed your trauma. Of course you'd be upset. You know the answer to that creepy quiz was something wrong. When you're a manager, you gain a lot of miscellaneous knowledge. Seminars, lectures. There will always be times you have to speak in front of audiences. You must always be gathering information. For me, this Persona is 1 for 1. Yeah, I get that. And if you don't know much about I don't believe this man when he's saying this. He's like, oh, I just knew because I paid attention to all this shit. And I'm just like... I'm just like, I don't think that's true. Persona 4 Golden I love, P5 and Royal and Despise. Yeah. So I like 5 Royal. I prefer 4 Golden. Like I said, like I've tried to like always try and get my thoughts together and explain what I mean, but it's like my personal favorite is 4 Golden, but the one I think is the best is Persona 2. Regardless of whether it's Innocent Sin or Eternal Punishment, they're two halves of a complete package. They're like the story and the character writing of Persona 2 is like so good to me, and it's just a shame that Atlus. I say they don't want to acknowledge 1 and 2. It's more, the team that made Persona 3, 4, and 5. Have almost nothing in common outside of like a few producers and directors than the team that made P1 and 2. So it was a deliberate decision out of respect to basically leave the past in the past. Since it would be an entirely new team of people messing with old sources, or almost entirely new, they felt that just wouldn't be right at the time, and that's why P1 and 2 haven't been touched in forever. But the fact that they haven't had any ports, I think that's not excusable. I think you know, trying to avoid them shouldn't do it. Have a remake. Persona 1 needs a remake more because it's a more dated, but I would love it if Persona 2 got it more. Like Persona 1 is extremely dated and extremely clunky and extremely behind the times in a lot of ways. If that got a full-blown remake, that was almost like not a reboot, but like close enough where like they completely reworked some of the story attributes, completely rewrote a few areas, restructured like almost all the dungeons sort of thing. So it was like the same like spine, but everything beyond that was like reworked sort of thing beyond that. Yeah. Persona 2, however, that's just like, please give me Persona 2 again. Just give me Persona 2 again, please. You don't even have to do anything. You don't have to remaster it, you don't have to do anything. Just fucking Yeah, but I'm also in the sense of if they ported Persona 1 nowadays, no one would fucking like it. Unless you really have a fine eye for like older stuff or have played things older than it, because it's not just that it's like dated, it's that the game was really fucking janky even when it came out in '96. And so all of its jank, all of its oddities in the story, all of like the nonsensical BS that just kind of happens in that game has just kind of aged worse as time's gone on, because it was already jank when it came out. That's what I mean when I say dated. I sort of, to an extent, I kind of agree. I don't like it when people just, something's old, so they immediately go, no, it's dated. Because some things, it doesn't matter. Like, some things, it's like, they can be from the 80s and be like the crappiest piece of shit ever, but they were great at the time, and when you play them, even though they might have problems here and there, you can still appreciate them for what they are. Persona 1, I think, is genuinely really hard to appreciate as it is now. It does, yeah, there is a part of it that does have that charm, because I like Persona 1, but it doesn't change the fact that it'd be very hard to appreciate even retrospectively because of how jank and clunky it was even when it came out. The only thing that I really like about it is that it has a secret second story mode, and I thought that was a really cool thing at the time. Yeah. Yeah, but the general thoughts of like the major majority of the internet is not something I spend time thinking about too much, if I'm honest. If a lot of people say this thing is data, or this thing is jank, or this thing is whatever, it's like, well, I liked it, so whatever, you know? So I'm usually singing its praises. There is good things about Persona 1, to be fair, it's just a lot of it... The biggest thing for me, honestly, that started to like make me notice its problems was the PSP version. Because the PSP version added a lot of quality of life, but replaced a lot of the character writing to try and like fix problems, but they didn't like go all the way. Like they didn't restructure the whole story, they just changed how the characters kind of wrote within the story, and it ended up kind of working against them because I felt like it ended up just highlighting the problems more. Well, true, can be dealt with, yeah. But that's what I was saying, is well, I feel like Persona 1 should get a remake, because I feel like it deserves it more, because there are things to appreciate, it's just some things do need to be fucking cleaned up that a remake could clean up. Because like with the original Persona 1, you had the Snow Queen quest, and you could find it on your first playthrough, but no one did. It was like at a very specific point in the game, like early on, before you actually like dive into the main plot. Like, you do like the first dungeon, and before you head off to the hospital, if you go back into the school, like talk to a specific NPC, then go to a specific school board, then go to a specific other NPC, then go back to the first one, you get trapped in a maze, and that starts the Snow Queen quest. And the Snow Queen quest is literally a whole nother game within the game. I'm not kidding. Instead of going for a big quest and trying to solve the nightmares and take down Pandora, you're instead trapped in 3 giant towers like it's fucking Mary Skelter. And every time you escape one tower, you get into the next. And the entire next 30 to 40 hours of your game is trying to get to the Snow Queen, which then has her own final boss theme, and then it rolls the credits when you're done. And also has not 1, but 2 unique party members that are hiding in it, that are only in that. In my opinion, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and that's like my favourite thing of P1, that they basically hid a whole second game within the game. Well, it's one thing to have a few Easter eggs here and there, but like, wow. And the tragic thing is that Snow Queen quest wasn't included in the PSP version. In some countries. Only later revisions got the Snow Queen quest. So if you're in like a country, like I think US didn't get it, I think UK did get it, I think Japan didn't get it. Like, you know, like it's so like here and there. So the PSP version, I already don't like the PSP version, as I've like kind of implied before, but that was kind of just like another like, ugh. But the biggest gripe I had with the PSP version, honestly, was the music. They tried to modernize the whole soundtrack to make it match Persona 3 and 4. And the beauty of Persona 1's soundtrack is how atmospheric it is. And replacing the whole atmosphere with just, you know, J-pop didn't work. J-pop or like 90s rock or things like that didn't work at all. It clashed so hard. And the fact that Persona 1 didn't have any option to play the original soundtrack just made it hurt worse. I missed and radically preferred the more atmospheric and like grungier in places soundtrack that the original had. Persona 2, Innocence in Eternal Punishment, they didn't make a new soundtrack, they just remastered the original. And they also gave you the option to listen to the original or the remix in the PSP ports, so you could pick your favourite. Horror visual novel, but they had JRPG mechanics into it. Yeah, it's kind of why I'm paying attention to games like Eternite, that indie game. Because Eternite, although it's not I don't think it's a JRPG, I think it's an action game. It's an action game that's also a harem visual novel style. Like, the whole point is that you're not just going to an action game to try and save the world and whatnot, but you've got to get the girl, but the girl you get is your choice based on your decisions outside of the combat zones. Like, with its own, like, social system, and, like, you can go out and get a job. Like, it's got a lot of, like, Persona inspiration built into it in that sense, but not, like, completely in that sense. Like, it's more, like, visual novel-y in that way. But the levels are all, like, pure action, like, sticks. And so I've been keeping an eye on it. It's, like, it got delayed to the, a little later in the year, because it was supposed to come out this spring, but now it's coming out in the summer. But it looks pretty good. Romantic option leads you to an entirely different world. Yeah, that would be insane. The ambition you'd have to have for that would be insane, but it'd be cool. You know how they would do, how I think that would work to do it? I think it would have to be more like a laid-back RPG, to an extent. What I mean is, like, instead of it being like a final dungeon sort of thing, with a final boss, etc., make it so it's just like a game of a bunch of almost like episodes, and it's just like you pick what episodes you want based on who you hang with. Like, you don't literally have a menu for it, it's just if you hang with person A a whole bunch, when you're like grinding resources and whatnot, or whatever, it leads to an event that then leads to like a personalized dungeon for them. And after like 3 or 4 dungeons, you clear their episode, and you can either wrap up there or, you know, romance someone else. Do a full-on sequel, you could pull a Mass Effect gimmick. Yeah. That child's trickery can't fool me. Well, ignoring my blunder for now, make sure you think about what I talked about that time. That time? Yeah. It is certainly extreme to try and break Mew, but in order to leave this dreadful world, it may become necessary to make such a decision. 4 routes in the first game, you can carry over your save and get 2 more options for the next one you pursue. Yeah, I think my biggest thing is that after the Mass Effect, it's like, I'd love to see another company try that, but then it comes to like the ending, if you actually do care more about the story. Like, they do try and make it more story focused, because that was the thing that doomed Mass Effect 3. By the time you get to the end of Mass Effect 3, there's so many different avenues and so many different options. Making a genuinely unique ending for each of them was never going to happen. A lot of people seem to have this belief that they were going to have like some perfect way for it. It was never going to happen. But at the same time, it just ended up disappointing everyone, because the ending you got was just the same ending regardless, but with like a slightly different colours. It's a yes and no choice dilemma. Yeah. I get what you mean. I like the idea. It's just, like I said, the ambition and making it work. That sounds like a mission and a half. I'd like to avoid that. I don't know when we'll be able to get home at this rate. Excuse me. Does that fuck up his rank? Oh, I see. He's mad now. You should play along if it's a lie. But thanks. I'm glad I picked you. Fucking, I knew it. I did just save, didn't I? Hang on. Let me look at my save file timing so I know. Yeah, I did just save. Hang on. I can just load my save. He wants me to agree with him, that bitch. Right around such opinions, yeah. Alright, you... Oh, let's ask the other question since we don't really know much about Kuzuichi. Yes, I have no memory of her whatsoever. That being said, you can't trust Mobius's appearance. As I said at the temple, as either a family member or someone from work that holds a grudge. Like they lost a bid, or their shares were stolen, or you probably killed one of their friends or something and you were the one that pointed at them and you're lying. A lot of people hold grudges because of that. Pardon me for saying this, but if you're always worrying about stuff like that, then maybe management isn't right for you. Well, ignoring my blunder for now. Okay, then it's the same. I know. Good. I trust your decision, President. If you'll excuse me. Some skills involving around the depths, I explore niche ideas. Yeah, and that's cool. I was saying, there's no marker here because I don't need to burn 50 skill points to redo it because I loaded a save like a smart cookie. So this is why I said next time you do social, you need to get into the habit of saving because things like that will happen. I do also want to double check. There's no symbol, so I doubt there is, but I just want to see if our new friend has joined. Or if it's just still these morons. Okay, it's still the same group, okay. I wanted to see if she was here, because I wanted to try and hang with her. I want to talk to Kushinashi, or whatever her name was. Like, that's a character I just want to understand, you know? Diving in general. Explore, they refuse to for some reason. I think it's not necessarily that I do deep diving, it's more that I like just writing more character-driven narratives. And that usually leads, if you want to keep it interesting, to having to go a bit deeper than just keeping it surface level. If you have a character-driven narrative that only stays surface level, it's not going to stay interesting for long, especially if it's a longer story. At least in my opinion. If you're making it more story-focused, or you're trying to make it more light-hearted, then no, of course you don't need to make it that deep. You can still make it fun that way, because that's the intention. It's 50-50, yeah. I say that, Demon of Zen is more 60-40 between characters and story, if I'm honest. It's slightly more character-driven. There's still a big push on the story, but the characters are just slightly more prominent. But that's just the writing style, it's just what I prefer. No, saying a story. Oh, absolutely. A good story can complement a character, and a good complement can give life to a story. If one fumbles, it's much harder for the other to then pick it up. Doesn't mean they can't, it's just, you know. That's my first novel. So what's way over here, or is it just a dead end? Oh right, I have to actually reorganise my party first, hang on. I still need to... Some abstract idea of monetary profit. And I think it may detract. So this is the aquarium at Sea Paraiso, huh? Even though I know it's not real, I'm still excited to be here. Whoa, this is crazy. It's my first time in a place like this. Do you want to see that ride? Do you see that ride? I want to try it out. Aquarium, shopping mall, hotel. This is one of those hybrid amusement parks. We're going to be worn out from everything. From the overall setting, the idea I had was a corporation that serves a greater threat to the entire nation. I fucking did that in one of my books. I think it was the first Marion Vincent. So I had that organization get destroyed by the end of that book though, because by the time I got to the other side of it, I was a little bit more done with them. It wasn't like that deep. It was just that it was like it wasn't like a corporation or financial. It was like a guild that makes the laws. But they've, like, to serve their Grand Master, they made a law that outlawed witches. And because they'd been in power for so long, witches were just getting innocently hunted down and killed. And so to free the witches in Witch Hunter, that first book, they needed to find a way to not only destroy that, but overthrow the whole system. And the book ended with them. You don't actually see the downfall, but they cause a riot in the city. And then escape out the city during the chaos. Like they kill the head, and then they escape the city after causing a riot behind them. So then in the second book, when I just don't bring them up anymore, and then in the third book, when it's the granddaughter of that original headmaster, it's not the main focus anymore, and it allowed me to open up and do different ideas. Should company the characters in opposition to said corporation, as most, if not all, both the heroes and villains know each other personally. Yeah, that doesn't. You've yet to, like, you can do stories like that. Like, you've yet to tell me, like, or at least give me the impression why you didn't like it. It just seems like a different idea at the time. You can do those kind of things and make them work. I get that you just didn't click with you personally, but then at the same time, one man, that's like any art form ever. You're always your own worst critic. It'd be really fun if I could take our time to check it out, but I guess we can't really do that right now. What? We're already here. Let's wait a roller coaster or something. Let's stream a live video. Hey, speaking of live streams, you're watching one right now. Hey, do you see that like and subscribe button at the video? Yep. You know who you are. I'm fucking around. And if we'll be able to see you this time. Who knows? What we can do right now is trust the info we acquired and keep moving forward. Well, if we don't find her, perhaps we can plan our next move while we do a bit of sightseeing. You're awfully calm. You should get used to it, Izuru-senpai. The atmosphere doesn't remain grave for too long here in the Go Home Club. I get what you're saying. I do. As someone who was right, I get that, but sometimes you sit and you go, will people like this? Will this sit? Will this sit well? Yada yada. The book that so I've said before, it's the one I'm most proud in, of all the ones I finished, my third Marion Vincent, Blood Maiden. The reason why I'm so proud in it is because it was the one where I stopped caring what other people thought. And I don't mean that in like, that, yeah, I'll just write for me, even though I did kind of write for me. I genuinely just went, you know what, I'm just going to write something I like. And just go from there. And it worked out because it's the one other people enjoyed the most. The one where I stopped trying to, like, not compromise, but compromise what I wanted because I felt that people wouldn't like it was the time when I really nailed it. Encouraging. Well, to be fair, the only reason I started writing when I was like 12 was because of my mum's encouragement. Because I've got a hyperactive imagination as is. And I'd tell my mum about some of the weird dreams I'd have, and she'd go, why don't you just write it down? And that was just kind of what started it. When I was like 12, I just started writing them down. And then I started writing, you know, my not fanfic of Bravely Default. Like the same area names, same things, but my own story and own characters within it sort of thing. Him saying it's one of my best books you ever read, and it's my with pride. Good. It's part of the reason why I'm so proud in Blood Maiden, because like my sister liked it, you know? My stepdad liked it. You know, people in my family who I relied on their criticism for liked it, and I was like, shit. Like the first two, they liked them as well, as far as I could tell, but they was always like, I liked it, but this, or I liked it, but that. Blood Maiden, it was like, man, this is actually really fun. I was like, yay! And Blood Maiden took some risks, like in terms of like what I did with like the trilogy and like how I rewrote things, because it was like based a year later anyway, so you had a time skip of all the first two books' characters and how they had changed and grown. Then the main character wasn't even Marion Vincent, it was a whole different character that just meets Marion Vincent along the way. Then it was like, you know, setting up everything and whatnot, and then all the pieces and whatnot. The fact that the whole third of the book is spent in one town before they even set out to start tracking down War, the villain of that book. And like, they live pretty normal lives, that they're just a couple basically teenagers which was a complete step different away from the first two, because Mary and Vincent were already established. In the first book, Mary's 27 and Vincent was 25. So it was this shift from, you know, these adult protagonists to a teenage protagonist. But, you know, I think she was 19. But, like, you know, in that world, like, she met Mary and Vincent. Mary and Vincent got to be a little bit more of, like, a mentor-y figure, while still having their development of how it had grown throughout the games. I wish they were games. I'd love to have my work adapted. But, like, how they'd gone through the books. More so Mary, because although it was Mary and Vincent, like, even in the first book, Mary was more of the main than the Vincent. Like, but, like, to make that comparison again, it was like a 60-40 split. Mary was slightly more of a priority than Vincent. It's also why they're named that way round in the books. Because right from the start, Mary was always going to be slightly more important than Vincent. In my novels, I'm proud of the fact that it pans out and the gears start turning. Yeah, but isn't that every writer? When it comes to, like, the start? Even if it's, like, with writing or, like, trying to advise it to someone, starting up your point or starting up your, like, the opening and anything like that always feels, like, impossibly hard. The only time it worked out, and I felt like I just kind of flowed and it did wang, is the book I'm currently working on, Demon of Zen. Because I just wrote a scenario. I had the entire planning done and everything, and I just wrote a scenario to feel it out, and that scenario ended up becoming the baseline for what I used for the opening chapter. And the outer framework. Yeah, but that's... The outer framework and, like, all the pieces and whatnot is difficult, but once you've got the ball rolling, you overcome it. It's getting that ball off the top of the hill. It's getting that start. I have more of a struggle nowadays of ending a book. So I always feel like my first Mary and Vincent book, I feel like the ending in retrospect ends too sharply. Like, the last two chapters are kind of short, and it just kind of ends. And I was like, oh. Like, when I read back on it, I kind of don't like it. But then also, it was a few years back now, so of course I'm self-critical. The second one, Midnight Slayer, I did better with it, but I deliberately left loose ends. And so there was a small part of me that was also critical of it, because I was like, this book ended up being a little bit more, like, off, and it could have been this, it could have been that. Blood Maiden, I wrapped everything up, and the epilogue was, like, as big as 2 chapters. Right, instead of a 450-page novel filled with guy's detail, and then tried to do a 230. Let's see, word count. Well, for me, that's what the alternate drafts are for. My first draft always tends to be my biggest draft. And then my second and third draft onwards, where I go back through it and whatnot, is when I end up skimming out the fat. I trim out the fat and skim down all the details I don't think needs to be there. The only exception to that, actually, I take that back. The only exception to that was the second Mary and Vincent, because I always remember that one, it crept up from 85,000 words to 96,000 words at the end of its draft. So I was like, what the fuck? I deleted so much. How did it end up this much? How did it end up bigger? Because I just clarified on some details and expanded on a couple ideas here and there. It just crept way up. Fantastic. Yeah, if you can get the exact same point across and the audience can picture everything you're saying in less words, always go for less words. I agree with that. It's the moment, like, they struggle to picture it, or they're not sure on something, that's when you need to take a step back and go, okay, more detail here is okay. And I used to, like, in the Mary and Vincent ones, when I would describe characters, I'd give, like, the details, like, I'd say about their hair color and how long it is. I wouldn't give, like, an exact measurement, I'd just say it's short, medium, or long. I'd explain their clothing, like, if it was, like, a damaged shirt, if it got holes in it, if they had, like, a chain on their jeans or whatever. But when it comes to detailing their face, after their eye color, I would just use one descriptive word. And then just leave it to the audience to describe what them to think what they think it is. Like, Mary was always described as the most beautiful girl in the room. She was a fierce tomboy with a very aggressive attitude towards anything, but she had a beautiful face. And so anytime I described her, I just said she had a beautiful face. So it left it to the audience to interpret for themselves what they felt that beautiful was. Second book was going to be like 1,000 pages, Odyssey, but heck, my file got corrupted. Oh, that's a shame, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that sucks. I back up like everything now. I had like one bad incident where I lost a lot of work, and ever since then I back up everything like 3 times over. And it was actually Demon of Zenelheim, the book I'm still working on. It was like I was about 60,000 words in, and then overnight the file corrupted and I lost 40,000 words of it. I lost like 7 or 8 chapters worth, and you know what I did? And this was before I started streaming. I made myself sick doing this. I burned out the entire day rewriting it from memory. And to be fair, it was like 95% spot on from what I remembered from my like first run. There's a couple details I changed because it just made more sense after reading through it a second time. But I just like fired through like nearly 40k words in a single day. It was like a 17 or 18 hours straight. I was just at the fucking PC typing away like a madman. Only stopping for food and toilet breaks. And so I made myself sick after that. Like, I was really out of the count. But I did it because in my mind, I was like, if I just stopped and gave up, I would never have got back to it. Like, that was the reason why I pushed. I was like, if I just stop and go, oh, I'll do it another time, I'd never have picked it up again. And I know it's my own work, so it sounds a bit egotistical, but you understand. I love Demon of Zen, and I love what I'm doing with it, and I love the characters I've made. So the thought of giving that up, I was like, no, I need to get back on this now, you know? But it was desensitized from making another 1,000-page Odyssey. So instead, a large bulk of old stuff instead relegated to the 4th book. Oh, fair enough. I actually had something similar to that as well. Before I made Demon of Zen, I was originally going to start working on a 4th Mary and Vincent book that was going to be based 3 years later, and be based in a different country, following basically like a princess of a royal kingdom, but that royal kingdom gets entirely eviscerated, and it's partially her fault from things that she doesn't realize, like that her whole country died, and then it'd go from there. A lot of the character ideas or location concepts eventually got put into Demon of Zen, because I ended up not enjoying writing that entirely, so I ended up scrapping it. And moving, because I wanted to do something new. I didn't want it to still be confined by Mary and Vincent's world. I wanted to make it new. Was it the corrupted file that made me consider alternative projects to begin with? Oh, so it was a blessing in disguise to an extent for that sort of thing. Even if it was a very harsh blessing. So there are a few concepts and a few pieces of that. Like, the princess gets corrupted by a poison, and that, like, in this, like, scrapped book, that started to affect her body and make her more demonic. And eventually, like, she'd have, like, these black scales on her body start to come. So, like, this main character would start to become less and less human-looking as the book went on. Eventually becoming something that just looks like a monster in more ways than not by the end. Demon of Zenelheim has people get corrupted by blood that then turns them into demons. Although it's not as severe, like the whole body black scales, like they might have a horn. Like the main character Azel has pointy teeth and sharper nails. Lux, one of the other characters, has 2 giant scars on his spine where he used to have wings, but he cut them off to make it so he could still hide amongst the humans and not get spotted. Like, some of that DNA of that idea got taken over into Demon of Zen. In my opinion, it was a sign that making an entire series around one main prototype was a bad idea. Is it the main would overstep her character? So yeah, blessing in disguise. Yeah. When I'm done with Demon of Zen, I do want to make a second book of it, but it's not going to be just like a continuation of that cast. It's going to be 1,000 years in the future. I want to make instead of a follow-up of the cast of characters, I want to make a follow-up to the state of the world and all the kingdoms. I spent all this time planning on writing in the world building solely so when I write a book based in like a cyberpunk-esque future, because that's what I'm aiming for with it. You know, going from like a traditional like fantasy medieval-esque style to straight up like cyberpunk future, but the same world. I'm kind of like, it would be fun to then re-explore all of the kingdoms and how they changed over a millennia. You know, what became of Zenelheim's islands, because that was starting to become a tourist destination even in. Is it still a tourist destination? Did some of the islands sink beneath the sea? You know, is it like a super hybrid city? Seems to be a person with a feather chair. You know, like, I'd rather make a whole new cast and explore that same world but under a completely new light than just make Demon of Zen 2. It's why Demon of Zen's taken me so long, because instead of making a whole bunch of books for it, I'm putting everything into that I want to put into it. So then when I'm done, there is no need for a sequel, but there are things that can still be explored in the world. Genre and world building shifts. Yeah, I don't do it all the time, but it's something that I really want to do with Demon of Zen. Or Demon of Zen Kissing Bullets, which is currently its project name. Its project name is Bullet Kisser. But it might be Kissing Bullets when the time I start writing. It's just that's like the project name for now. Every book I write has a project name. I don't just give it I don't title it right off the rip. Like Demon of Zen was literally just called Azel, like Project Azel, because it was going to be more because of the main character being called Azel. And then later on it became the Demon of Zenelheim. Or T-DOS, as I have it on the top of my files. Anyway, we've been sitting on this screen for a while. We didn't come here to have fun. Let's hurry up and find Mew. See Pariso. They intend to come back here. Kotono seems to have like an inverse reaction of everything to do with this amusement park. I'm noticing. Something's not right here. Nevertheless, this is where Mew's holding a surprise concert, right? To be fair, I usually have the real world or mortal world as a general basic setting, whereas less visual communication. Yeah, fair. It's rather quiet here. Is it already over? There's usually excited fans hanging around after a concert, so it makes more sense to assume it hasn't started yet. Yeah, you might be right. Hey. Me? I also have powers like yours, right? When will I be able to use them? Alright, not Byakuya, let's not get too fussy. Maybe when your heart is greatly moved, it's something that's usually closed off deep within your heart, so it requires a strong push. An emotional swing. Doesn't seem like the kind of guy who experiences that. Yes, that's true. I can never really tell what he's thinking. That's a bit rude. No, they're right. I don't have feelings. I didn't know that was a requirement. It's not something I can do. Is vessel shorthand for a foundational setting? Yeah, fair. I completely agree. I get that idea. So for me, it's like I only have the one world with Demon of Zen. It's just when I re-explore that world, I want to re-explore it under a completely different light, and I mean a radically new light. If you're a New Yorker, New York as a concept is familiar. Well, because of York and New York. And if you want to count Futurama, New York, and New Old York, or Old New York. Effective. Look, if it works and you're enjoying it, what does it matter? Also, why do these guys almost look like robots now? Look at their legs. Everyone, dickheads! So they're here too after all. Minazawa-kun, stay behind us. Alright, here we go. Okay, not that far behind, you can follow eventually. Guys, the Digihead's gone after Izuru! President will handle this. Please save Minazawa-kun. Can't acquire a weapon? Or return to reality on my own? Everyone in the world, where they say every wish comes... Even in a world where everyone says their wish comes true, I still need to rely on other people to survive. It was once New Amsterdam. When they changed it, I can say they're just like... Why they changed it, I can't say. They just liked it better that way. Izuru! Oh, fuck. Man, what a Chad. Izuru didn't try and, this guy didn't try and move out the way. He didn't try to defend himself. He just stood there, arms down, and took a punch straight into the heart. Jesus Christ, dude. Izuru! They may be giants. Oh, or might be giants. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. You didn't even have a scratch. Was I imagining things? Didn't they get hit right in your face? I see. So even an enemy attack doesn't affect me. I'm so sick of this world. And myself. What are you talking about? Yuzuru's heart is overflowing. You got this, Yuzuru. Go live. Oh, I got 3 characters I need to max up the friendship for. We got one of the musicians, and then we got these 2. Oh! Ooh! This is... Now, direct all your emotions at the dickheads. Direct my emotions. I don't quite know how to do that, but I'll give it a try. How does he work? With his solos, Uzuru specializes in combo attacks and can automatically create chains if the conditions are set up correctly. Oh my goodness, I'm just looking at the animation. He just fucking goes. Look at the animation on the tutorial. Look at how much he goes in. Although it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. Alright. Each skill has conditions to connect to the next skill. Oh, he's literally the combo chain guy. They're saying like every skill will have a prerequisite. It will be like, hey, if you use another skill, it will perfectly tie into it. So if you make up a good sequence with it, everything will just tie up together and make a bunch of chaos. Because it's more necessary to use different techniques depending on the situation than it is with other characters, he could be considered a technical character. Okay, so the game's saying, look, he's capable of a lot, but he's harder to use. If you want to get good use out of him, he's got to be kind of precise in places. Oh, we get to listen to this dungeon theme now, by the way. Willing to bet it's that Smexy woman's theme. The blonde-haired woman with like the giant like royal cape with the lion on it. I bet it's her theme. I bet that's who we're fighting next. Because this sounds like a theme she'd have. Oh, this fight's going to be over in a heartbeat. Wait, let's have a look at what your skills actually are. Oh. If the attack makes them go into risk 2, it will automatically use Spectral Thunder. If Spectral Thunder hits a target when it hits risk 3, it automatically uses Moonbeam. And we don't have Shadow of the Night, so we can't use it. Okay, so effectively you just want to use this. And the enemy dies anyway, so we won't get to use it. But I kind of get it. What the heck's going on with his cape? We won't do this whole dungeon today. I just wanted to kind of... I had a feeling Azura is going to join us soon, so I kind of wanted to get him, get a feel for the next dungeon, and then do this dungeon more tomorrow. I see. So this is the power of fight. The catharsis effect, huh? It's a weapon modeled after your heart, created only for you. My heart. I'm sorry about before. That just wasn't for you. See, you have it too, Minazawa-kun. An emotional pull. I'm so happy for you. I knew that there weren't any people who lacked emotions, so don't say sad things like that anymore, okay? No. Yeah, I think it's less that he has no emotions, more that he just doesn't understand his emotions. Seeing all of our preparations are complete, we should return to the search. Yeah, go find her. And everyone just like snap turns. No one has like a turnaround animation. Feelings, huh? I didn't know I had them. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Alright, let's check out his stats. Oh, never mind, we've got another cutscene. Our gang is so big. Whoa, there's one big water tank. What's in it, a shark or something? This giant water tank is apparently the #1 attraction here at the aquarium. But there's no water inside it. I wonder if it's closed today. Hey, there's a person in there. Yosuke? You know him? Yes. From before. What is he doing here in Mobius? Can't hear what he's saying because the glass is so thick. Hey, he's tied up, so he can't move. Only logical to conclude that he's being held captive. The tank's filling up with water. Man, this is not good. He's gonna drown if you don't help him quick. What are you doing in there? Oh, alright, then she's gonna just strut on up, huh? What do you think of the aquarium's newest attraction? Who the hell are you? I'm the #1 musician, no, the #1 beauty in the world. Mirai. Or is it Mirai, like future? Because that's with an A, isn't it? Like M-I-R-A-I. It might be pronounced the same though. You with the long hair. You remember that guy, don't you? I do. I don't really care though. You don't care? Oh, there's no use hiding it. Acting a little too frigid towards your boyfriend, don't you think? What? Katana-senpai, you have a boyfriend? There goes my chance. Kensuke! Time and a place! Time and a place, man! No way she wouldn't have one being that pretty. That's true. Oh, a scrawny guy for an ugly girl. Oh, how appropriate. Now kneel down and beg for your life. You don't want to see your precious boyfriend become fish bait, that is. Do as you like. Huh? Your boyfriend will... You don't get it. He's not my boyfriend. President, hurry up and interrogate this confused woman so we can get Mew's location. Hold up, ugly. I had to ask a favor from people I don't like to get that guy here. This isn't what I was told. Like I get you, fugly bitch. Jesus Christ. Kotono, easy, easy ladies, easy now. Fugly? Did you just call me fugly? So not only are you fugly, you're deaf too, huh? Or is it your brain that... Jesus Christ, Kotono's going in! If you really couldn't hear me, I'm happy to repeat myself just for you. Fugly, turkey chin, deep-sea fish face, bow-legged, fat-footed, boob-implanted nose, chopped, saggy, butted cyborg bitch! Fucking... Like, everyone's just like looking at Kotono like, what the fuck? Whoa, whoa. Like, even Sona's like, hang on a minute. Just keen eyes. You've actually described my lady's weak points one by one. I think Kotono cares more than she says she does. I think she's just trying to pretend she doesn't care, but she really does. Your assistant? Yes, I serve Mirai. He said Mirai. So Lady Mirai's attendant in the real world. Please call me Tashizo. Pardon me, but it appears that the young lady over there has seen much of life. You think so too, huh? Her astute accusations are impressive, but because of their piercing accuracy, there shall be repercussions. I'll never forgive you! Now that it's come to this, we will battle to see which one is the most beautiful. Tashizo, get it ready. Right away? What are you talking about? Silence! If you win, I'll return your scrawny boyfriend back to you. But if I win, I'll have you all turn into Digiheads. Told you, he's not my boyfriend. Enough of this nonsense. Why do I have to something to save this guy? We can't just abandon him. Fine, I guess I have no choice. So what do I have to do? Toshizo will explain the rules. You may fight with all your might, but you will still lose and end up crying. You'll be distributing tickets to the attendees in the aquarium now, Miss Kotono. A ballot box in their lobby will collect tickets to determine whether Lady Mirai or you, Miss Kotono, are more beautiful. 3 attendees in particular are curators of the sharp centers of aesthetic beauty. A curator's vote counts tenfold in the final poll. Convincing the creators of your aesthetic superiority will be the key to victory. Also, we're literally doing a fashion competition. Oh, jeez. Speak with me after consulting all 3 of them, and I'll release the poll results. Now, in a moment, I will signal the beginning of the polls at the aquarium at large. We have yet to, like, have any freedom to run around this dungeon for ourselves. Jesus, this is so annoying. Why do I have to do it? Is that flashy guy really Kotono-senpai's boyfriend? How unfortunate. I was somewhat attracted to her. Come on. With how she looks, she has at least a boyfriend or 2. Be realistic, Kensuke-kun. 2? Nerds and losers should act like nerds and losers. You guys just need to know your place in life. No worries. That's not encouraging at all. Well, relationship drama happens all the time. Just leave them be. Probably best not to pry too much. But don't you find it rather surprising that he's Katana Senpai's man? Is that her type? What are you guys doing? You're gonna get left behind? You have to hurry up and obtain Miu's whereabouts from that woman. Scary. I don't know why, but she seems to be in a bad mood. Let's get going. 3 in-house creators are lurking somewhere on the map. Find them and win over to gain the votes. Getting all 3 of you to like you is ideal, but even if they reject you, you can still make up the difference in handing out tickets. Junior standing around and resting anywhere in the building can be spoken to and given tickets. Hand out as many as you can to gain the upper hand against Mireille. Oh, you've actually got to think about this? Milady is forbidden passage through here until the polls are closed. I do desire to aid the fellow in the tank, but please try to focus on distributing tickets. Is there a save room? I want to save and wrap up. I didn't realize I'd be like locked into this shit. That musician was named Marie. Her water torture was really crude. I'll never forgive her for doing that. At least she didn't do anything that doesn't count towards her objective. But more that she's the type who isn't satisfied until she's number 1. Jesus, get this over with. Alright, so I just gotta go around, like, chat shit with everyone. There we go. I was gonna say, because it keeps on trying to say about the ticket. I need to, like, overrule it. There we go. Up on the ground, there's a map with something on it. The Sea Lion show has been cancelled. The Dolphin show is on hold because the Dolphin had a mental breakdown. It seems that most shows are either cancelled or on break. Oh, wow, that's a cool fucking sprite. Oh, this man's too hard. It's not fair. This man's too hard. This stupid fucking dumbass Gabe, and yet he's like, oh. Next save point I'm wrapping up, just as a heads up. Okay, wait, what's this, accuracy, evasion, and crits? Yeah, Dancing Flames. Triggers a follow-up when hitting a launched enemy. Oh! So basically, if you hit Winter's Bloom and someone else launches the enemy during it, and you have the right risk level, off of one attack, Azura will automatically Winter's Bloom, Spectral Thunder, Moonbeam, Dancing Flame, and do a follow-up. And that one triggers that. So he literally, if you like figure him out and get the right timing, he'll just sweep. Because he'll just automatically do all of these. Interesting. Oh, whoops. I thought I had more points in that. I'm going to set up my party like this and when we get a save, if we get a save, firstly, and secondly, a way to get out of here, that would be ideal. So then I can actually, like, just focus on the grind so easily. God, there's so many zeros here. I'm just gonna hand out fucking tickets for now. I'll worry about this later. Oh, thank God. Oh, there's other stuff to do here. Okay, I'll leave that for... That can be the start on the next stream when we come back. But I want to save and wrap up here. Because I also want to do a little grinding off screen. Not level grinding, just getting like the friendship ranks up. So I want it to be able to go back to an earlier dungeon. Oh yeah, my save file says Murray's story arc. So that's going to be doing for Mar. Alright, we got 2 party members, did another dungeon, got sidetracked a little bit, but it was all well and good. Learned that Iji really a problematic person, like holy shit. And you see, I think this is the full party now. We haven't had any other major character be introduced that I can think of that could join the party, so I think this is everyone. We're doing alright, we're 21 hours in, Jesus Christ. That last dungeon, pretty damn good. I like the boss. Oh, that was the one I was going to do. I like Yuji's villain, yeah. That was what I was going to do before I wrap. I was going to try and find out the name of that track. Her track's called Onboro. So now I need to find Onboro Remix. I still like that, you know, like when we're doing the musicians, when we're doing the musicians, Lucid's theme is called the Suicide Prototype. Found it. Oh, this track's 5 minutes long. Here, let me put it in chat. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I hear it for myself first, make sure it's the right track, and then I'll put it in chat so it's easy for you guys to reach. Oh, I'm not sure now. I'm like listening to it. I'm like, is it this track? I think it is. That's really cool. Yeah, I think that's it. I need like a second opinion because the actual remix has got the Japanese name, so I'm not actually sure it's that track or not. I think it is, but like my brain's just doubting me enough. But that's going to be enough from me for today's stream. I did just save, didn't I? You know what? I can double check. It's fine. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did. So that's going to be enough from me. So tomorrow we're continuing this game. It is awesome. I'm going to be continuing our journey through this in the aquarium and this beauty off with Mireille. As always, if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. It generally goes a really long way of helping. My Twitter and Patreon in the description of every single video if you feel so inclined. And I'll see you tomorrow for more Caligula Effect, this crazy fucking game. But until then, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you then. Peace.